There we go. A default camera software. But still having its issues in regards to, I can't remember how long it takes, but it's 30 seconds or 2 minutes, I don't know. Then we'll close the camera. So I'm online. I actually wanted to be using the new phone that I just got working, but didn't have, it had the data for the other one, and I didn't want to sort that out at the moment. Yeah, so we'll just use this. Anyway, I was just thinking in regards of seeing Dave Hunt, and I do recall Dave Hunt from my very early on of getting out of the New Age, because Dave Hunt was one of those guys that actually told a lot of truth in regards of of these wicked things. That was pretty much three guys I recall, like three. One of them was a witch, a former witch. Although that was probably the least of the three that I really dig into. And then Dave Hunt, of course. And then there was one more, which I can't remember who she was. Now, of these three, of these three people, only one is living now. What is it? Anyway, the third woman had been growing up, if I recall correctly, in Hindu India or something like that. So she knew about a lot about Hinduism and all that. She was very knowledgeable about that. Well, I guess you would be knowledgeable if you grow up with nonsense. Yeah, she knew a lot of things for sure. We have a closure in regard to the automatical bullshit as usual. Let's take the open camera. At least it doesn't close it down. Although the other issues, well, did seem to become a little more dark, didn't it? Or you can do like this and put this up here. Have a little light. So yeah, it's so these three people were very valuable in regards of I can't remember all of the things. Yeah, I listened to a lot of testimonies from former Satanists that became Christians and all that. So and little by little turning around and fixing all the getting things into place. So I was a little worried in regards of Dave Hunt, in regards of him not totally spilling the beans on who the Antichrist was and is, which is kind of why we did that should be something everybody would talk about, right? So he wrote this wonderful book in regards of a woman rides the beast, although she actually is sitting on the seven heads. So in regards of riding, kind of don't kind of follow that totally idea, but whatever the case, she's sitting on the beast. I wouldn't say that she's riding on it. Riding is when you're ride a horse or something like that, and you move, right? And that doesn't seem to be the case as far as I can see from the book of Revelation. She's sitting on the seven heads of this Roman beast, where we get more details in regards to where to find the Antichrist and all that. And it really shouldn't be that hard, really. And yet we have so many not knowing these things. Now it took me many years actually figuring things out as well. First thing is in regards of who Yeshua or Jesus was and is to come. But then of course in regards to the Antichrist, that information has been very they've been very good at keeping that away from us. And it's just interesting that people, like Dave Hunt wouldn't be more open spoken on it. I don't know if Dave Hunt ever talked about the papacy being the Antichrist, sadly. But he is, in his book, he's getting close. One time at least, well, I guess more times than one, but really, where he could actually have just, spilled the bean. But he doesn't do that in his book. Now, there could be reasons why he didn't just totally just told the people in regards of it. As I understand it, it was hard to actually just get the book as it was into print. So Dave Hunt might actually have, held back on things to get the book into print, but still, I haven't heard him actually, say that the papacy is the Antichrist. But yeah, he gets very close in the book for sure, and he exposes the system on many levels for sure, and that's very nice. So it's a great book. It's a nice book. I have listened to the book once, and Tom Fresh was reading it and all that. So yeah, very interesting book. Having a lot of truth in it for sure, but I do find some concernment when and I can't remember what Dave Hunt himself, he should be a Baptist if I recall correctly, and Baptists should be Protestants, right? So they shouldn't have a problem speaking about it, and yet this is hush topic apparently, and this is of course bullshit. Why should we hush on the topic of Antichrist? That seems to be, why would that be a thing? Now let's see here, Dave Hunt. Let's see, Dave Hunt on the Antichrist. But in any case, I remember Dave Hunt really, helped. This was one of those guys that really helped also further move me in the right direction away from the New Age nonsense. We have to have global peace and the rise of the Antichrist. I guess he might be considered a futurist, that the Antichrist hasn't come yet. I'm not entirely sure, but he, in regards of the whole, riding the beast, as he has his title, well, if he can pinpoint the whole, then the question is, why wouldn't you be able to pinpoint the beast? But you eat the meat and spit out the bones, But apparently he has also a book, Global Peace and the Rise of Antichrist. That doesn't sound like that he believes the Antichrist is here right now. But we also have The Seduction of Christianity. That might be another interesting book from his. But I guess A Woman Rides the Beast, I think, is probably the book that really, that seems to be the book that really is, known by Dave Hunt. And I can understand why, for sure, because you still have some, pointing out in regards to Roman Catholicism, we sadly don't see that much, although we do have a lot of sources if we dig into old sources and all that. But yeah, it's just seemingly like a hush topic. It's unpolitical and all that, and blah 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 blah. But anyway, so eat the meat, spit out the bones. That's what you do. Different people have different strength, and But yeah, it's kind of a concerning when someone that has been a Christian for many years can't and should be a Baptist can't pinpoint and speak about the Antichrist. And well, anyway, the papacy is the Antichrist. Okay, it's just pretty to the right foot in some sense. Anyway, so Dave Hunt was one of them. I tend to forget the other two names. But you had a witch, which was the less person that I really went into. But then you had the other woman, having been in India, growing up in India, if I recall correctly. She died of so-called cancer, sadly, a couple of years ago. Very sad. And then Dave Hunt, of course, he'd also died. Was that before or after she died? I can't remember. But he's also dead. But we do have, a lot of information from these guys. So still out there here and there. So that was pretty much, I saw these three as like the three, the tree like a bunch together in some sense, because they're really the biggies that really gave me a lot of information about stuff in regards to the New Age nonsense and all that, and they really exposed the system. But and of course there was many other sources I was looking into, but they are the ones that I recall as the tree, and I think all of the tree was alive when at that point. Sadly, we are living in a world of death and lots of death around. And I'm not sure about Dave Hunt in regards of when he died. But anyway, so he had Dave Hunt, The Woman Rides the Beast. I think the other woman from in regards to the Hindu thing also was probably what would be considered a futurist. I do remember one of the videos that I saw not long ago, which seems to be talking about future Antichrist. But the thing is, even if you talk in regards to a future Antichrist, you still get a lot of things that is correct, because the Antichrist, is here now. But of course, this position, this dynasty of men grows into this, so into this, you have this future system where he, controls everything. So just because they only focus on the future, there's still some data that is true, The problem, of course, is that they don't acknowledge that the papacy is around now, and it's working, and it's been working for hundreds of years. So just because, you can still get some good stuff, for future events. But yeah, I was first an atheist in my younger years. Oh, hey, T-Dog is on. Are you still on? What's up, dude? Have you seen Shamron? Nope. Nope. I actually have the chat here. Who is he? Shamon. Sam Shimon. Oh no, Sam Shimon. I don't know in regards of Sam Shimon. I don't know. That names and me is not good. Maybe I have, but I don't know the name totally. But anyway, I started out as an atheist. Well, sort of. In my I was a pretty hardcore atheist after being, what do you call it, confirmed. Bullshit nonsense of it's they the last bit of whatever I could have been turned around, and some that was at that point, the so-called priest or whatever you want to call it, if I should have been caught and turned. Oh, Sam Shimon. Okay, yeah, in regards to Mohammedanism. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen him a couple of times. I haven't spoken to him, but yeah, I've seen him with Dave. What is it called? With the other guy. That is very popular. And I also recall what is Nina many years ago, but not that but that Nina was also exposing Mohammedanism many years ago, but she got dropped off YouTube, sadly. Anyway, yes, Sam Shimon, is exposing Mohammedanism. It's great that they're exposing Mohammedanism. There's 1.8 billion people that is deceived. Sadly, it just seems like people love to be deceived. Same thing with Roman Catholicism, which is pretty much two sides of the same coin. Although Rome is the head of the coin in some sense. So but he's more into Mohammedanism. So it's for me in regards to Mohammedanism, I think it's pretty easy, right? In regards of I don't need much I don't need to study all the things in regards to Mohammedanism, because it's clear it's a stinking deception. You have a Mohammedan deny the Son of God. Well, if you don't have the Son, you neither have the Father by the Holy Spirit. You don't have the Spirit of truth in you. So So already there they have a problem. You ask a Mohammedan, do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God? No, 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 no. Well, some of them are dishonest in regards to things. They try to lie and deceive you. But yeah, so they will say no, if they're honest at least. But do you believe that Jesus is God in the flesh? No. Okay. So do you believe that Jesus died for the well, actually, you can just do you believe that Jesus died on the cross? Or the tree? It doesn't really matter in regards of do you believe that Jesus died for the sins of the world? Because they don't even believe that he was executed in the first place. So that's already a problem, right? So you don't believe that he was executed on the tree. And some of them will say, oh, no, that was Judas, and the Jews only believed that they executed Jesus, but it was really Judas. It's just nonsense. Anyway, so thereby, of course, you can further what do you call it in English? You could further meditate or conclude, I guess is probably the better word. You can further conclude that they don't believe in the resurrection either. Which they don't, in regards to the resurrection of Jesus Christ, of Yeshua HaMashiach. So you have multiple issues already there, out in the, just right there. Just, do I need to use more hours and weeks and months and all that to read all the, different bullshit sources and all that? Not really. Why would I? Why would I? It's not, of course you could do it. We have a problem with the camera again with the mobile, sadly. It's sadly a problem. I don't know if you actually installed Android 7. Maybe Android 7 would actually be, I haven't tried it. But anyway, maybe it doesn't, because it seems to be faster on Android 7. So maybe if you, I haven't tried. But anyway, it might be a good idea, I remember someone actually still continuing using Android 7 because that was what it was born with. And thereby using that to, and I can understand if the speed is still, lightning fast compared to Android 8, it seems to be actually a wise choice to use Android 7. And there wasn't that many differences, really, There was some, of course, but it's not like a, Anyway, so of course it's these people that are into Mohammedanism, and it's great. It's great to have someone actually help the Mohammedans out of this filthy religion of theirs. But overall, it's not hard to figure out that it's wrong. It's based on lies and deceptions. Mohammedanism, just flat out reject the Son of God. As if that's, they're not wolves in sheep clothing. They're directly stinking wolves, He's a Calvinist YouTuber that changed. Are you sure about that in regards of Sham Shimon? Are we not talking about the guy with the Muhammad? Are you sure about that? Are you sure you're not getting that wrong? I just looked up Sham Shimon, and I'm seeing this guy that was into Roman Catholicism. Into Mohammedanism. Now he might be whatever, a Catholic or Orthodox. I don't know. I know that David Wood. That's the way, right? Isn't it David Wood or David Wood? I think it's David Wood. David Wood is one of the giants in regards of exposing Mohammedanism. But as far as he was educated, I think, if I recall correctly, in regards of Roman Catholicism, which was one of these things when he actually talked about defending Christ Mass 2 years ago. Well, I think it was 2 years ago. Apparently, it seems. I thought it was 1 year ago, but 2 years ago apparently. He was sitting with another guy. He was sitting with another guy that was called Philosopher or something. I have the video. It's like 9 hours and 40 minutes where I'm going through the whole video of theirs. and speaking in regards of it. But they were defending Christ Mass, and David Wood, I think it's called David Wood, right? David Wood. So David Wood was sitting there with this philosopher guy, and David Wood starts out and saying, "Oh, I don't know anything about it," and all that, and yet he was censoring and banning people that told him that it was, pagan, satanic. He was sitting there and saying, "Hey, I want some sources, and this and that and all that," and yet he apparently didn't want any sources anyway. I was muted, and anyway, I made a video on it, and it's just interesting that he says he hasn't investigated it and all that, and yet he wanna defend Christ Mass and go with this guy that is called philosopher, whatever. Yeah, it's just, So that was like a warning sign for me. You tend to and I looked into in regards of his education and all that, and as far as I know, it actually he was educated on at least one Roman institution. So that's a red flag. But hey, it's nice. It's really nice seeing him at they still promote truth in regards to Mohammedanism. So hey, that's no problem with that. It's just interesting how people, we're called to Jesus didn't warn us about wolves, stinking wolves like Mohammedans, because stinking wolves like Mohammedans, any Christian that have been that has been zealous in reading and knowing what knowing just a little about Mohammedanism, can already very easily discount Mohammedanism as bullshit, as satanic nonsense, as gibberish, as and bullshit, whatever. It's satanic garbage, Mohammedanism is satanic garbage, It's very easy to figure out if a Mohammedan is honest. Do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God? And the Mohammedans say no. Oh, there we go. We really don't need to use more energy on that. Of course we can if we want to help the Mohammedans to get out, of this system. But there's so much to study and look into and all that. So he's a Calvinist YouTuber that changed over to teaching Catholicism. Okay, yeah, answering Islam. David Wood is on film eating pages of the Quran. Yeah, David Wood does different weird things that I would, but he's at least telling the Mohammedans that their religion is false. Of course, in regards of just thinking, yeah, and he doesn't totally directly lead people to Roman Catholicism, so that's good as well, I haven't really heard him directly promote Roman Catholicism, besides, the defending of Christ Mass one of the time, saying, it was like, is Christ Mass pagan or something like that, and they're trying to defend Christ Mass, and that would of course be a Roman Catholic thing to do. The Romanizers loves to defend their nonsense of these pagan satanic festivals. A lot of Christians want to defend these, or a lot of people that is known as Christians are loving to defend these festivals. And it seems like even the Anabaptists are defending, and when I'm talking about Anabaptists, I'm talking about the Hutterites, the Amish, and the Mennonites, and of course those groups that is also called or known as Brethren. As I understand it, they actually started out wanted to be called Brethren, but they were given different names as far as I understand it. But in any case, many of these groups are clearly still keeping these festivals, and so are Protestants. So are many of the Protestants groups that should have known better, and go back, to the festivals of the Bible and so forth. But anyway, that's we have 500 years to read the Bible. Anyway. So we have the wolves. That would of course be in regards to the Mohammedans, and they're stinking wolves. They're not even in sheep clothing. And our master Yeshua was not warning us about wolves, because they should be pretty easy to spot and smell out, Oh yeah, Muhammad was a false prophet. He was a stinking wolf, no problem, just get rid of him, That should be pretty easy for a Christian, But the thing that Yeshua, Jesus, warned us about was wolves in sheep clothing. Something that looks like the real thing, but it's not. So that was what he warned us about, that we should be careful not to be deceived. How is the Mohammedans going to deceive? Well, sadly, some might be, at least, some might totally, but it shouldn't be. If you are willing and seeking the truth, it should not be. You shouldn't be able to fall to Mohammedanism. If you know some history and the Bible, and can discern what is going on, and you shouldn't be able to just yeah. Well, anyway, it's just so clear that Mohammedanism is fake. Anyway, so it's much worse in regards to Roman Catholicism, because Roman Catholicism we have already seen it once, how it can take over real Christianity and defile it all, and that's the problem. Again, when we do not keep like the festivals of Jehovah found in the Bible, when we succumb to more and more nonsense which is not true, we end up lining up with Roman Catholicism more and more. And we rather want to have a huge gap between us and Roman Catholicism, so we can see that we are not on the same, Because if we narrow the gap, it looks more and more like they are just Christians. And, why not join up with the so-called Pope, Oh, he looks like a sweet guy, right? And they're claiming to be Christians, right? So what, And that's the danger, and that's one of the issues that happened in World War II, while the Germans, and that includes the so-called Protestants, ended up taking part in this Roman Catholic movement. So, where they were, I actually don't know where. There's a wonderful article on some of the quotations from what is it called? On the papacy from former Protestants and all that, also talking about some of the same things. And they knew the danger, but we don't know the danger of this system. And we have to regain the knowledge, and I can see that it's very nice to see that actually, like on BitChute, I was on BitChute yesterday, and you can see more and more are becoming aware of the papacy and its issues, and it's very nice to see, it's very nice to see that more and more people are coming to the knowledge again, and speaking up on it. Very nice to see. So that's, it seems to be easier for new people waking up that something is wrong in the world to actually, get that information which was hidden away in the past. Now it's more available, it seems, Of course, it's there's always been information, but it's kind of, been in a, a hidden spot where and now it's coming forward more and more. So that's nice. It's very nice to see more people going in that direction. We even have the last. There's I saw a Catholic nun as well, and she was even exposing the system in regards of the New World Order, and in regards of the so-called Pope, or the so-called Holy Father. He's just incredible. They use these titles for this guy. But anyway, that he was their spiritual guide or something like that, spiritual head of this New World Order. Of course, he is the, that's the papacy is the office and dynasty that is the highest in the pyramid. That's where he sits. He's the puppet of the devil standing behind him, And then, of course, you have the Jesuits just underneath, and then they control the whole pyramid. It's people think it's hard to control the world and such things, and it's not really actually. You have the pyramid system. It's all built on the pyramid system, and inside the pyramid there are more pyramids. If you have a company, you just need to be on top of it. You just need to be the head, and then everything maybe in regards to the company, and then it goes down, and the lower you get, the less people need to know, right? So you can run a whole company by sitting in the top, and then the rest just follows along. And the same thing, you have this whole pyramid structure of this satanic system in the world, that you can just control the top, then you can control the whole thing down. And that's what we see. They pretty much run the whole world. Of course, I just saw a quotation again, which is it's a quotation that I've seen many times, and talking about the black general, talking about, well, he controls the whole world. He said you control from Paris to China or something like that, and pretty much control the whole world from this office of mine. And that's an old quotation, which or an older quotation, I think from the 19th century or something like that, although I couldn't re-find it, so I don't know the date of it, but it's an older date. Now, if they controlled all the things at that point, if they felt they already controlled the world in the past, and they don't have any resistance anymore from anyone, now then they probably have more power than they had at that time. That would be logical, sensible conclusion, that if they pretty much ruled a lot of things at that point, and thinking pretty much that he runs the world, well, how much more does he run now? And so anyway, so that's the Roman Catholic, but yeah, David Wood, it seems like there's some Roman Catholic sniffing, or whatever you want to call it. So we are warned about wolves in sheep clothing, and wolves in sheep clothing can speak truth. That's how they get us, right? They look like the real thing, and yet, they want to have you worship the cookie Jesus. The fake cookie Jesus. If you do not worship the cookie Jesus, you burn on the stake. Actually, now that I've been on Gap for a couple of times, I've been in Gap, and I'm banned on Facebook again, so that would make it 250 days. Then I've been censored just in the time of all the lockdown and all that, where I can't speak up on anything like that. So I went on Gab again. I did make an account long ago just to see how much I could actually do before I would be, banned or anything like that. But they didn't ban me. I put a lot of anti-Catholic stuff in there just to see and test out how far would they actually go before they ban me. Now, I can sniff some Roman Catholicism as well. I think the head guy is actually a Roman Catholic. I think they actually exposed themselves a little more. But anyway, I couldn't write on Facebook, so I wrote a little on Gap, and there's a lot of Roman Catholics in there. So I went in there 3 or 4 days ago, and I made some waves in the Gap platform in regards of anti-Catholic rhetoric and speaking to Roman Catholics, and it went pretty good. A lot of the Roman Catholics were banning me and censoring me and all that, and you can still see the problems with the Gap platform, like the Facebook platform and all that. But in regards, when they ban you, you can't see the messages that they have written to you, and I think it also makes it not available that you can read your own, that where you have answered to people. I'm not entirely, but that seems, I think that's the case. But in any case, if you write someone and you just have the whole thing and you can't see one single message, And usually the last message they write to you before they block you and all that is the most interesting, or at least it's one of those very interesting mails, because they usually are really angry at that point, and they just shoot out everything they have at you, but and yeah. So that's very sad when you see it just gets lost. And that's okay that they can ban you and this and that, but that shouldn't really take away the information from you. If they don't want to see you on their wall and all that, hey, and this and that, that's fine, right? But I don't think it should actually remove the information they have written to you, and I think that's a wrong move. I don't know if you could actually change that with the software. Oh, is he called Andrew? I think he's called Andrew, right, in regards to the gap. But I was looking into this guy as well, and that's Roman Catholic symbols, and he had, I think it was 2 different education places, which also was Roman Catholic, and there was some information on his football team as well that I found. I was just looking at. I didn't want to use too much time on it. I just wanted to know the background of the guy running Gap many years ago, and I found out he was most likely a Roman Catholic. So I asked him, but I never got a response. But now that this time I was in and making some waves, which I was kind of okay. So I went into the Gap platform and began to talk to Roman Catholics, and and it went wonderful. I love it, I just love it, talking and speaking some truth to these Roman Catholics. But they tend to get a little angry and all that, that's what it is. But anyway, so I was speaking here and there, and had some bans and some, from these guys. But then, one of the guys that I was riding with was a 4th level Columbus, Knight of Columbus. And the 4th grade or level of Columbus, that's the highest grade, as far as I know, in regards of the Knights of Columbus. And this is, in one of these positions, if you want more power and all that, as far as I understand, you can get to the 4th degree. But anyways, I was speaking to this guy and all that, and the last message from him seemed to be pretty good, but sadly I only saw it for a short while and then it was removed. Now because he banned me, blocked me, whatever, so I couldn't see his messages anymore. It's very sad. As long as they're not deleted, I guess that's but a lot of Roman Catholics, when you speak to them and they begin to expose them, and there's too much truth and all that. The last option they do is just to delete your all the information. I'm not sure if that's, but in any case, whatever, that happens a lot of time. You see how the devil works and all that. He doesn't want too much truth out there, and we can see how he works, and thereby we can also infer how he have worked in the past, and that seems to be true, that he has censored things in the past as well. And we know that some of the documents in the past that was popular, we don't have anymore. And so how did that happen? Well, the devil does his censorship in the past as well. So anyway, so this Knight of Columbus, talking, I continued with talking to Roman Catholics and all that, and actually it's I'm actually allowed in one of the Roman Catholic groups, 2,000 Catholics, and I haven't been kicked out yet, which is fair enough. I'll if they don't throw me out, that's fair enough. The bigger Catholic place with 60,000 have kicked me out, but as far as I think that must be from years ago. But hey, the other group, seem to be more open, at least for now, or maybe there's no administrator fixing things at the moment. I don't know. But anyway, I can understand if they would kick me out, because I'm not a Roman Catholic, so I'm just going in there and telling them some things, about things, and they can take it or leave it, But Roman Catholics, they already have, some knowledge of things, and, who knows? Maybe someone turns around and gets out of this wicked system. Anyway, what am I thinking about? Oh yeah, so I was, Andrew, I think he's called, on Gap, was then out of the sudden, while I was making some waves on the Gap platform, he fixed one of these, what do you call it, a writing on the Judaizers, and I'm a Judaizer, and I thought that sounds like they're actually reacting to me making some havoc on the platform. I was like, that's interesting, right? It comes right at that point, and of course interesting to see how they he's reposting, he's posting what do you call it, what is it called? He's posting a writing on the Judaizers, and I was like, that sounds like they, that there's some waves, and they're trying to do some what do you call it, damage control or something like that. And I was thinking, I thought that sounds like it's because I'm, making some waves on the platform, but I didn't really know. But it's like, it would be pretty, it would be pretty, reasonable conclusion. And then I went into the article. There we go. It's the article. So he's posting this article on his Gap thing, and I'm thinking, very interesting, right? He's posting that, and I'm going into reading the article, and I'm finding the guy that is writing the article, that just wrote this article not long ago, and I pushed the name. And lo and behold, what do I find? The guy that I was talking with, the 4th grade level Knight of Columbus, wrote the article, and Andrew, I think he's called. Let's see if I get the right name. Andrew, Gap platform, and Andrew then posted it on. I think that's great, because a lot of people was writing to this thing. So, isn't he? Yeah, Andrew Toba. So Andrew Toba then posted this article, and which is wonderful, because now you can find, people are talking, and you can see people, and thereby you can find other people with the same, and you get a dialogue, or maybe more like a. Dialogue is maybe, is that two-way direction, right? Is that I think that's dialogue, right? A dialogue, or maybe more like, debate. But usually, I rather wanna go into something in regards of a dialogue, in some sense, instead of a debate, because the truth wins out, whatever you wanna, So anyway, just trying to tell people, see, dialogue meaning. Talk between two or more people. Yeah. So having a dialogue with Roman Catholics and other people that so you can just see all the posts. It's just mwah, mwah. I love it, and it does seem that there would be more people than I thought on the platform that actually is not Roman Catholics. Now we also have Orthodox, but Orthodox and Roman Catholics are pretty much potato. They have the same, many of the same issues and all that, but that's another thing. One makes the cross one direction, right? One makes the cross from the right to the left, and now I don't know, in regards of the camera actually seems to change. But anyway, so one makes the cross from one direction, the other makes the cross from the other direction. Okay, and that is one of the things how you can see if a guy or a person is this or that, because both of them are doing it. Just from different, one from the right, one from the left. And this is actually something that the Ustashi, the Roman Catholic Ustashi, killing off the Serbs and force converting them, some of them. This was something that they were teaching them while they were taking, I think, an oath on the Bible. They're standing and putting I'm not entirely sure what totally that they say, but I would think it's probably some kind of an oath. I'm not sure. But you can see images of that where the Serbians are going over and they are fixing I'm not entirely sure what they say. I can't remember if it actually said it, but they also showing how they're teaching the Serbs how to make the cross correctly, whatever bullshit. I wouldn't make the cross one way or the other, that's for sure. But anyway, it's and you have testimony. I remember this woman, old woman, testifying about it, as well as the images. The old images was running along and all that. Of course, the Roman Catholics have tried to smooth out history as well, for their own advantage. And you can find Serbians talking about, for example, the museum becoming a lot less. You go from a museum where people, became utterly sick by, going into the museum and just, totally, get the real feel of things, to a smoothing out of things. There's testimonies on that as well from Serbians. Anyway, of course, I'm not going to defend the Serbs in regards to the orthodoxy bullshit and all that. That's not what I'm... but, yeah, they did a lot of evil things against the Serbs. I don't know why, I guess T-Dog, he went away, sadly. He was there for a time. Anyway, he's from the US. So, anyway, Andrew Torber, and I must say I can respect Andrew for not banning me. I think that's awesome. I haven't been banned on Gap. I haven't been removed from Gap. I think that says something about his stand on free speech. So I can respect that. I think that's pretty respectable. That he even when I'm making issues for Roman Catholics. That he's actually not banning me and removing me. So, at least for now. So, I think that's great. It just shows how much you can actually disagree with people and then not be cast off. Now, if you look at the Roman Catholic groups and the Orthodox groups and all that, that's a huge amount of Catholics and Orthodox in the platform. And if you didn't search for Protestant, there's not that many. It's just nearly not there. But seemingly there are other people out there that might not consider them Protestant, and yet, are in the direction of, people will, if people read the Bible and continue down the path of truth, they will become Protestant. Now, not just empty Protestant in, many of the Protestant denominations in our days are just a word they use. They are not Protestants, they're just the word they use. A Protestant is someone protesting the Antichrist and rejecting all his bullshit. Now, I'm a Protestant, so, and other people, if when they begin to figure out, they'll become Protestant. Not like all these churches today, that are empty, or congregations, that don't want to speak about the Antichrist anymore, that actually are talking about union with the Antichrist 666, and they don't call him the Antichrist 666, they call him, many sweet and loving words, and this and that. They talk, this is the ecumenical movement, the devilish ecumenical movement. Anyway, what did Jesus warn us about? Wolves in sheep clothing, okay? That's the Roman Catholics. And the Orthodox, for that matter. That's also Roman nonsense, It's just, another... it's just potato, pretty much. Twiddly-tee, twiddly-toe, or whatever. It's, whatever. Anyway, they have the same issues in regards to worshipping the devil, icons, images, and... I don't know if the Orthodox have the cookie Jesus as well. I think they might have, but in any case, it's anyway. So I don't know what that was about. What is that about? Let's see. Oh, anyway, something in regards of. That's not for today. They shouldn't be sending this on the Sabbath, you know. It's the same thing with the state are usually sending papers on the Sabbath in the digital mailbox, which I don't really have anymore. I need to totally close it up, but I now get my mails in the post box, because the idea was that I don't have any power anymore, because I don't want to take part in this nonsense of they're pushing smart meters on us, and I don't want to, you know. I sadly have a smart meter up at the moment, but I'm preparing to take it down and live without any power and have some solar panels to get some light. As long as I can get some light, I can do things, you know. I can read, you know. I might not, you know, in regards to the mobile and all that, they suck a lot of energy, so that's not going to be possible, at least in the winter. But there's the library. I can go, and I do have some batteries that can, you know, charge up and all that. So it should be still possible. You know, you just need to get to the library here and there. Anyway, it seems like T-Dogs went away. Anyway, so I was looking into so this Andrew, or I guess many know him as his background Torbe, you know, Andrew Torbe, from Gab, was posting this article for all to see about the Judaizers. But hey, awesome, you know, just hey, that's nice, you know. And why would he post anything about the Judaizer? Maybe because someone Judaizing. Anyway, that was very interesting, and I read it, and I pushed the name who had written this article, and found out that was the fourth grade Knight of Columbus that had banned me and blocked me and all that, and also Torbe or Andrew actually retweeted. I guess it's not called retweet, reposted one of his posts, which I could see. So I thought he might have unbanned me again, the Knight of Columbus, but nope. But apparently I can see retweets. So if he retweets or reposts from that guy that has banned me, apparently I can see the message. Apparently, but I'm not allowed to write on it. It's kind of nonsense in regards of how that works out. But at least, you know, okay, I could see it. So I saw it, and he was writing against the Judaizers and all that, and he writes that the ball is in their court and all that, and in regards of, you know, if they're Judaizing, and I think his article are just full of holes, and I would, you know, it's just easily tearing apart. You know, you can just, in the beginning, you know, it talks about the festivals, because one of the things that, you know, pointing out is that the festivals that the Roman Catholics are keeping and many others are not the biblical festivals. So he goes on to, you know, even talking about Halloween, you know. So it's like incredible. Are you going to defend Halloween, Christmas, Easter? He even used the word, you know. Anyway, just give me a break. It's all pagan nonsense. But yeah, you know, making some waves, and that's nice, because then people, you know, people that seeks truth can begin to decide for themselves and begin to seek things out. So I don't have wonderful. Apparently I haven't logged in. I'm not actually sure what my login would be to Gap. Again, I haven't really used it much. I just tried to see. I was looking into other, you know, if I could use something else than Facebook and all that many years ago, because Facebook was becoming such a bad platform. Invalid email or password. Good question. Try again. No. Okay. I thought I actually had changed my email to something else, but I don't know. No, it actually joined with my old. As far as I know, I actually did change it, but apparently it hasn't changed my login for now. Anyway, 7 followers, and I guess some of those followers from the last is probably not on. I don't know if they're active. So apparently, why is the ADL attacking us? They're terrified of people discovering the truth on Gap, and they should be. And it shows the activity, I guess, on. I guess it must be Gap in regards to global internet traffic and engagement. I think that is in regards of Gap, and it's just moving upward, And yeah, well, the other platforms are pushing people off, so of course people would seek other. I remember, I was trying, many years ago, I was trying, what is it called, Palmer or something like that, Palmer, I can't remember, but that closed down because of Amazon. What is it called, Palmer. But I didn't like the system itself, and you couldn't even write to people directly. Because if you try to write, you needed to have your license. I can't even remember the name. It's not Palmer. Yeah, it's like this French name thing, chat platform. I don't know. But anyway, I tried that. Outwardly it looked pretty good, but the ticking wheels of it, I think, was kind of. I tried Mastodon as well. That's a pedophile platform, pretty much, or an LGBT. Homosexual sodomy promoting platform, and if you write anything against it on the Mastodon servers, you can be kicked out and banned. So that's not a platform for me, clearly. Gap is sane in regards of not wanting all that LGBT, homosexual, and disgusting, filthy things on it. So, but it's seemingly run by Roman Catholics, so that can go bad at some point. And there's some other things. They closed the worldwide view from other servers. So instead of actually having like a network with different views and all that, you end up having like a platform that is, closed. Which was not the point, with Mastodon. The idea with Mastodon was you could have different servers, If you were into this, you could go on this server. If you were into this, you could go into this server. And then, so forward. That was the idea, right? That should have been the idea. That was what was promoted. But you could see how, when Gap came on, you could see how it went utterly, That's clearly, how they began to corrupt the whole thing. So, and that's so sad. I was using Librem Chat, which is another Mastodon that Librem was running, and I was getting, followers from the Gap platform, interested in the same things as I was, and okay, but they then closed the connection from the Mastodon servers, which also was the Librem server, and the Gap platform. So they chopped it up. So you couldn't, that was nonsense. Now, besides that, there were, there was propaganda against the Gap, articles that was not true about Gap. And then you had programmers programming into the Mastodon application that you couldn't connect to Gap, which you take the power from the user to use the application as he wants, and that's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting, and that's not how it should be, but that was what they did. I tried 2 applications that did that, at least 2 applications. I can't remember everything, but that was 2 applications. And one of them pointed you to a singing video from the 80s or something like that. You gotta be kidding me. The other one just couldn't connect. This this is not how things should work, you know, but apparently, so everything became, I guess, so-called political or whatever. So it smashed the whole Mastodon idea. And the idea is that you could, have different topics, on the server, right? And then you could go outside if you wanted to have a look at what other servers out there were posting. Sadly, I found out that the Librem social sadly did not have that feature, and they had taken it out. And I asked them, "Why have you taken it out?" But they felt like it was. But I'm like, that's taking my option as a user if I want that option. So I don't, that's the only reason why I actually figured that there was this feature was because I went over to Gap. And at that point, Gap actually had that feature. And I tried it, and it seemed to be pretty good. It was pretty nice to get posts from all over, the network, and it was a pretty neat. You could just sit and you could just watch, these different posts, and it doesn't mean that you were agreeing with anything, but it just, you meant you just got some, and you could respond to it, and pretty neat feature, pretty much, and it was working pretty good, and that was the reason why I went back to the Librem team and asked them, why don't you have this? And they say, well, because, something, and I've just felt like that's bullshit. Absolutely bullshit, That's, and then, of course, seeing that the Librem was cut off as well from Gap, which I don't know how that works over and all that, but at least the Librem, which should have stood for freedom and truth and all that, was also cut off. I don't know if they cut them off or what happened, but in any case, I was like, that's not going to work. I'm not going to. Why would I use? This is nonsense. You can't just cut everybody off. You can't just cut Gap off. If just because you don't like. They were told, oh, there's Nazis on the Gap platform and blah 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 blah. Well, it's of course there's some Nazis on the platform on Gap, but come on, there's other people as well on the Gap platform. It's just because there's some Nazis, whatever. And how are you going to reach out to the Nazis if you can't speak with them, Anyway, of course also the applications that could connect to Gap was taking off from Google Store, Play Store, and Apple Store, and probably others. But that was sickening to me as well to see how. Oh yeah, also on the free source. We have like a free source thing. They took that off. They took. Let's see what it's called. Yeah, F-Droid. F-Droid took it away as well, or took programs away that could connect to Gap, which is absolutely disgusting. I find it utterly disgusting. I haven't found an alternative to F-Droid. I think there actually is alternative to F-Droid, which might not have that. That doesn't make that bullshit move. And I think that's absolutely disgusting how they just took it off. It's a standard chat program, and anyway, lots of things was going on, and but anyway, I tried the Gap platform, and then sadly Andrew Toba ended up taking this feature away that I had first found in regards of Gap, and I found out that Librem had taken it off because they felt apparently that it was, but I'm like, hey, give the user the choice. If the user wanna check it out, they should have it. Don't just take it away. That's the whole thing, right? You give the user the choice. So at that point, I did just that didn't seem right to me. So Gap took that feature away as well, and because apparently Andrew talked about that the Gap platform was being attacked by this feature. I don't know how it was attacked by that feature, but I did see some That was must be on XMPP in regards to talking about, doing, against the Gap platform. They were very proud of themselves and all that, which I think is so clearly that was someone doing something trying to attack the Gap platform. Anyway, so apparently Andrew Toba took it down. I don't think it's. Of course, I don't know how devastating or whatever they did to try to, but I still think the option should still be there. Now, I tried to make an account on one of these standard Mastodon sodomite servers, and the feature was still there, and I was looking at the feature, how it was working. It was working wonderful. And I contacted one of the administrators because there was these rules, and yeah, if you're speaking against sodomy, you are out. This is the bullshit covenant that they have, and if there was some in regards, if you don't agree to this covenant, you are out in regards of. So that was nonsense. Promoting sodomy, and you can't speak against it. And I've seen what has been promoted on is filthy images, grooming the children into this nonsense. Child, pictures with, cute pictures that then go into promoting sodomy. It's disgusting. It's filthy. It's just so, and you're not allowed to speak against it. How wicked are people become. And I can understand why Gap don't want that nonsense on the platform. I wouldn't want it either. All this, this is disgusting. This is absolutely filthy. But any case, I think it's never been okay, right? On the internet, it's never, it's always been something we understand as filthy, And when you're grooming children, it's like, are we now, is it now okay to promote pedophilia? Oh, give me a break, Well, it's just, oh, ew, it's evil, it's wicked, it's wrong. Anyway, but yeah, there's a lot of Roman Catholics on the Gap platform, and I don't see me using this thing as a daily thing. I was trying it out, but I saw him remove this feature, and I'm like, nah. And there's other things, of course, in regards of the Gap platform overall and the software, and that having issues. Let's see if anyone has written. Nope. No one is writing anything in the chat. If anyone wanna, you can just, write. Anyone wanna have, anyone can write. Yeah, let's just put that in. Well, I guess I don't really get that many viewers overall. Never have. Maybe I'm just not interesting enough. I don't know. Whatever. Or maybe I've just been put on in regards of YouTube and put in a dark. It's interesting. Every time, I had, where I was growing, and then my YouTube channel was killed. So at the very moment where I began to get traction, that's the word, traction. I got traction. My YouTube channel was slaughtered. Isn't that interesting? You begin to get traction, and then they just slaughter you. Anyway, so that will happen to the other ones as well if I get too much traction. So anyway, I can see Nicholas is in regards of Muslim. Mohammedans will keep Sunday. Well, they have so much focus on the Sunday thing. In case, but yeah, so after being away from Gap so long and all that, I was thinking, after being, deleted last time, let's go on Gap and just have a look around again, So I'm now on Gap, just looking around and seeing, and it's interesting, in regards of BitChute seems to be like a lightweight platform that I could also play on my mobile. Apparently, I can't play any videos anymore from BitChute on my mobile. I don't know why. So that's sad. Now, I do understand that I don't have the newest browser on the mobile. I have an old one, but I just didn't like the new browsers. There was nothing. You have a browser that works without any issues in regards of design and all that, and then they just go in the wrong direction in regards to the next Firefox things. Give me a break. So anyway, Andrew posted this, and then he reposted a thing from this night of Columbus, and interesting information. Let's see here if we can find it. He posts a lot, and there's a lot of posts on his. It seems like other can post as well on his. I'm not sure, but there seems to be other posts than his. So anyway, wow, it's a lot of posts. So sadly, the Judaizing thing quickly gets it must be can have problems in regards of finding it. Let's see, search on Judaizer and see if we can. There we go. 1 day ago. Oh, it's a good amount down the line. In regards of these are the modern Judaizers, and they are not much different from the ancient Judaizers. And we got a good amount of comment and all that, and very interesting. We also had the other notification. Let's see if we can find the other one. Judaizers is the old heresy, so-called heresy. Yeah. So I have found other people that seem to have the same. That agrees, and so that might be some good people to follow and all that. Gracious mention you. Okay, but let's see if we can find anything on the. No. I don't. It's just hard to find. I know it was. He was retweeting it at some point. That's sad when you need to look for things all the time, right? This is the standard thing where you have a lot of different posts, but that could be, it has to be from. I don't know if you can favorite a post or something like that. That would be great. I don't think that's possible. Oh, here we have another from Shan Swatzel. Apparently I can see his post in Complete Christianity. That's why is that? I don't know. No, that's Andrew Tolba reposted. Okay. So again, because of a repost I can see what he wrote. But I can't, if I go into his profile I can't see what he has, because he's blocked me. Profile unavailable. It doesn't even say he's banned me or anything like that, which is one of these kind of nonsense. Just tell me that he banned me, instead of saying profile unavailable. Tell me the reason why the profile is unavailable. This person banned you. Great, then I know, right? Instead of this nonsense. It's the same thing with Facebook, right? The person is unavailable at the moment. Yeah, maybe because he banned me, why not just tell me? It's just this nonsense of not telling me directly. Just give me a break. Anyway, see if we can find. Here we have another. Oh yeah. That is from Shane Schetzel again. That's the 4th grade Columbus thing that Andrew Tolba reposted. And that's the only reason why I can see what he writes. What it might have been interesting to maybe follow this Shane guy. I don't know. But at least, it could have been interesting to just point things out and all that, right? But yeah. But that's two posts at least. That was interesting. I don't know if I can put it like bookmark status. It was like mute block. You can mute and block. I guess, that's the difference between mute and block. So maybe I should share this in regards to first sharing the one thing and sharing the other thing. That might actually, just making some waves. Yeah, that might be pretty good. I don't know if I can share it and make like a see here. Oh, where was it? I can't even find it again. But well, if but yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. It's very, it's actually pretty. I must say, it's pretty lightweight. It doesn't seem like it's heavy, although the website itself is very lightweight. It feels like it's running very nice in the browser without any issues. So yeah, he has a blog, my book, and my apologetic page, and yeah. I guess he didn't wanna. Apologetic is, in regards of defending the faith and all that, and I guess he didn't wanna defend his faith, but rather, ban me. That's okay. That's okay. It's expected, of course. If I can just find the other post from Andrew in regards to this guy, I'll first post the one and then post the other one, and just, hey, Andrew told, see if we can find Shane. Find Shane. Calls it complete Christianity. Of course, when he talks about Christianity, it's Roman Catholicism, of course. Where's the okay? We must, maybe it's further down the line in regards to things that has to load. I hate this loading thing. Why don't they make so the thing actually loads before you get down to the bottom? That's also a thing that in regards to pictures, I have this plugin for pictures. And you can actually do something where it actually loads before it gets totally down to the bottom. It's just nonsense. Why not make it load like when you begin to go down, just make it load, and well, maybe then I guess it continues then, but yeah, I don't know. No, it could just load, right? And then when you get down, it just fixes it in, right? That would be one way of doing it. Oh, here we go. No, actually, this is... I'll repost it again. This is the nuclear bomb of rebuttals to those who say Christmas is pagan and discourage others from celebrating it. They are Judaizers. Just call them out on it and ignore them, as Acts 15 tells us. Please read and share generously, and of course, may you have a holy Advent and a Merry Christmas. I think that was the thing that he posted that we had a lot of. So let's just share this. That's something in regards to bookmark status. What is that? That's a pro option apparently, so you need to pay for that, I guess. So I know you can get verified, schedule, post, compose, rich text, create groups. You can't create groups if you're not larger video uploads, no ads, pro badge, bookmark gaps, self-destruction gap. Yeah, so that was kind of be a thing that would turn me off as well. Apparently also bookmark status is apparently something that you need to, apparently pay for. You can either repost or quote. I don't know what I should do. Or share. Let's put in share. Okay, that's in regards of different places. Okay, so quote, repost. Let's try to push on a repost. What happens? I don't know. Doesn't seem to do much. Maybe I can't repost it if the guy has blocked me. As a comment, well, you know, I could put a like on it. Well, that wouldn't. It would show. You know, I like the odds. You know, I like he responded. You know, I always. That's great. But let's see. Quote. Nah. We making. Very interesting. Very nice. We. Hey. Although that guy blocked me. Apparently. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we have only 5%. Oh, maybe I should actually put something in the. There's always the issue with battery in regards of, you know, mobiles and all that. It's kind of sad, but that's what it is. Uh-oh. Record failed. Well, anyway, let's put it over here. At least it's charging a little, and we can, you know, we can still close this down here. Whoops, there we go. You should still be able to see me in the live stream without it. Shouldn't be any. Oh, there we go. Well, we have someone where tech. We have some advertising on my channel apparently, not any real people. So anyway, so let's see here. Nice to see in reaction. Although the guy blocked, guy blocked me and did not want to talk to me. But apparently apparently we got there we go. Okay, let's post that. Okay, and let's try to post the other one. If I can find it at least. We found one, right? And oh, we just need to search, I guess, again on this guy, Shane. I guess I can call him up because if he has his whole name and all that, maybe his website as well. Nah, it's you know. Well, he has his website as well. I can write to him on email if anything. Anyway, he's deep into Roman Catholicism. Real clear Catholic, right? And he has all these different things. So whatever. Faithful to the magisterium. Oh yeah. Anyway, I guess we went off topic. I guess. From things. I'll just fix the last thing here. See if I can find. This is the nuclear bomb of rebuttal to those who say Christmas is pagan. It's like, well, they're shooting themselves in the foot, I think. But anyway, let's see if I can repost this. It does say. Well, this should be. Oh, this is Andrew Torby. These are the modern Judas. They're not much different. They fail to understand the. Okay, so let's see here. I'm not entirely sure how. Okay. Let's see. We have. Well, maybe. Let's get some more. we still only have 6. And we have the loading feature and all that. Okay, let's see. This is the nuclear bomb of the Beatles, to those who say Christmas is pagan. Yeah. And the next one here, yeah, we could repost that. But I don't know why he didn't. I thought that was like, it's like, this is reposted by Tolver. From him, and then Tolver himself posts this one, and I can apparently repost that. But I can't repost that one because that's a repost. Okay, so this was Andrew Tolber that actually. So we actually have like 3 comment things that I actually can go through. So maybe I missed one. And then we have the Shane Schutzel, which I can't repost, I think, because that not allowed. Cannot repost this status because he's banned me, and because Torb, I can see it only because Andrew Torber has has reposted it. So the question is, can I quote it? And the last one. For make the it seems okay, I'll try. Okay, so let's go home and see if we can find all 3 now. I don't know if we can. Oh, maybe I shouldn't actually. Well, I already did, I guess. So that's not okay. I can find the others again using some time to. Okay, let's see here. We have. What do we have? We have the first one. No, I don't see the other ones. What's the comments? Comments? I don't see any. So apparently that didn't work too well. I could only retweet one of his. I couldn't post the others because he blocked me. So. No, well. No. Although because the article writer I sadly can't repost the other 2 on this topic that I can see, which Andrew reposted, yet not allowed to repost those from the 4th level Knight of Columbus, who Columbus of Rome, I guess. See, Columbus, Knight of Columbus. Come on. Night. But at least we have some other places where we can actually, see what people have written back and forth and all that. Night of Columbus. I just need to check I'm writing it correctly, Okay. And the Night of Rome. I had a dialogue with just before he wrote the article. Block. How do you do block? Blocked. Okay. Oh, they blocked me. Okay, that blocked me. I sadly can't repost the other two on this topic. That I can see. Reposted on Andrew's. Oh yeah, I already wrote that. Okay. Maybe I should which Andrew reposted. There we go. Maybe that. No, it's still okay. Let's just put the which Andrew reposted. I have something. Why is that wrong? Reposted. They want to whatever. Reposted sounds like one word, right? Anyway, yet not allowed to repost those. What was wrong with repost? Apparently those were from the 4th level Knight of Columbus of Rome, who I had a dialogue with just before he wrote the article, which Andrew posted as well. Clearly. There we go. Anyway, yeah. So, member since 2020 in regards of May. That was a little over a year ago that I tried it out. 1 year and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months. So nearly, closing to 2 years ago. Anyway. Let's see. Anyway, so in regards of getting out of atheism, getting into the New Age, having contact with demonic spirits, which of course I didn't know what demonic or demons, and then getting into Christianity, you have a lot of like Dave Hunt. He's absolutely one of those I really remember, and these two women, and then there was multiple other witnesses and testimonies I began listening to, and began turning the ship around. We lost the light. Oh, we need a battery. If we can find a battery here. There we go. Let's get a battery, a new fresh battery into the there we go. Fresh battery in the thing. We are running again. Yeah, it's actually pretty nice because you can, you just take your light with you, and you don't actually use that much battery overall for light. And you don't have light everywhere, and you just have it where you actually need it. But the guy is called Shane Schetzel. I don't know more about him besides that. He's a Catholic Christian, publisher, author, columnist, and blogger, 4th degree Knight of Columbus, faithful to the magisterium in regards to how the Roman Catholic interprets the Bible, and he has a website called Complete Christianity. That's the only thing I can, I can see his left thing. I can't see his profile unavailable again. Would have been nice if the platform actually told you that he had banned you. Again, there's two different ways. There's mute and block. And as far as I recall, mute still makes others able to access your profile and all that, but you can't see them. Block means that you're blocking them from your whole profile, except the information about. So, but yeah, videos unavailable, photos unavailable, comments unavailable, and yeah, timeline unavailable. Oh yeah, I also recall in regards of Librem, the Librem Mastodon platform social, Librem social, also had this problem that your images would go away. So you would post images and all of a sudden they would just begin to be deleted. That was another, another move that just made everything fail. I'm posting images and I have some images and this and that, and then it just begins to delete them and remove them, one by one. That's not going to work. They're not going to use a platform like that. So that was another one, by the way, from Librem. It's very sad that Librem, it really, they really lifted things for the free software, or the FSF in regards of freedom to the user, and yet they failed so miserable. The chat application also went into, which was based on Matrix, the chat, the Matrix platform. Yes, totally, became slow, as well as the Matrix, problems with those things. So, and it just ended up, people just didn't want to use it because it became so slow. Just another issue that they just didn't fix. I don't know if they ever got it fixed, but it just, and then of course those endless posts that you get every single month, and it's not that easy to say no, I don't want these posts anymore. So that was one issue. I know. So the one issue in regards to these posts every month in my mailbox, that's just give me a break. Telling me, because I'm, just. Anyway, and the second one was the chat platform, just totally becoming, huge amount of slow. That's just unbearable slow. And the Librem social blocking you from that thing, and that feature, and of course removing your images after some time in your photo thing and all that. I think I also tested that on Gap to see if they actually if that happened on Gap. So I think I have some images from last time in regards to the trials, and all of them is there. So all the images I uploaded to Gap is there. There's no there's no missing picture or anything like that. So it's although if when I push it, I don't know. Oh, it shows you where I have the images uploaded. Although I don't know what totally that is about, but anyway, I don't know why I would. No idea. But anyway, apparently I uploaded it into something, and then of course my image for the profile. So they're all there. So that was another, what do you call it, a nail in the coffin for the Librem social. So where's that? Okay. So if someone actually bans you, you can't repost their, you can't even see their post, but you can't even, and you can see them from, if others have reposted them, you can see but you can't repost those, so it's just kind of, again, give me a break, Oh well, home. Yes, we need to find all these things, because apparently there was one more than 3 posts that I haven't been writing on. That's probably more because people have shared things. Who knows? It would be interesting to find more people. What is this? Groups you are in? Show all. Okay, I'm in traditional Catholics. The truth, the whole truth about vaccines opposing the system. Trump supporters, free speech, are more in regards to the COVID scam and vaccines. Protestants, Protestantism, and the Protestant Reformation, 5 members. It's Protestant Post, 11 members. Protestant Reform, 10 members. There's one group that is called Christianity. Protestants is not something that seems to be so much around on the platform, but who knows, maybe that will further come around. Okay, here we go with the found the name again on the article. Oh. There we go. Oh, it's okay. It's in, of course, charging. I just need to. I'll be right back. Yeah. There we go. That's interesting, not having any light to guide you around. Oh yeah, it succeeded, without any big issues. But but it was interesting. Just black. Just emptying my emptying my what do you call it? Bladder, whatever. Okay, we're in the dark period for sure in regards of the year. Actually, we are getting actually close to the sun getting to the lowest point and then changing. So against the modern Judaizers, very interesting. Where is my? Okay, maybe it's on the other one. Oh yeah, gap here. Home. Yes, let's find it. No, that was not. Give me a break. Shane, there we go. Now I found it, but I only found. We need to get further down the list apparently to get more of this guy. We need to find the. It's just sad that you can't, that you can't repost or whatever, because. Let's see here, do we still only find 4? Now I find 5, okay. 7, okay, now I find 7, okay. So this is the nuclear bomb of rebuttals. Maybe I can copy paste them or something like that. Maybe I can just go to, just copy. Let's just make a, Okay, Shane, of course I could also, then you can't copy. Okay. Oh no, I pushed it. That's another problem. It's so easy to end up pushing something. When you're just trying to. That should have been like a place where you could say push to get to this place instead. Because it's so easy to just push and make it do something you didn't want to do. It happens again and again and again for me. We have someone there. Oh yeah, let's put a couple of mentions you. Okay. Yeah, Roman Catholics love hating Jews. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely agree on that. That's just, you know. Although I'm not sure what that has to do with, Judaism. I'm thinking, the Judaizers are like me. But anyway, Roman Catholics love hating Jews. Yeah. You tell me about it. You can find it all over the platform, pretty much. A lot, well, at least from the Roman Catholics. And the last one I can repost. These are these as the fourth grade Columbus Knight of Rome banned me while having a dialogue with him before he made the article. On his okay. Oh well, I have a. Edit on his against the Judaizer. Okay. Anyway, let's see if we can get that one. Nope. It's when I also pushed it, it just stands there loading. So that's probably because it's trying to find, where it is, but because he has banned me, it can't go there. So that's another issue with the application. Does it then? Okay. Let's see. Change. Okay. So that's not reposted. That's repost. So every time you would actually repost something from someone, and they would have been banned by others, they can't actually. I can't even copy the link itself. If I just try to copy the text, I won't get the whole thing. It's just another. No, actually it did. Okay. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, great. Let's see here. I need to find the beginning of it all. Oh, it still doesn't have the. Okay, I want to repost. But I do wonder if then Torben, blocks me, then all of the posts I've reposted, does they go away or what? That might be the case. That they then apparently I can't find the other post now. There's only. So yeah, I'm not totally what shall we say? Gap platform has its own issues where you're thinking this is nonsense. So these are the modern Judaizers. Yeah, we already had that one, and then we have this one. I just copy pasted to. Yep. So I already have that. That's great. From Shane. Oh, let's see here. You can maybe copy that as well. There we go. Complete Christianity. Let's just there we go. Yep, that's pretty good. Apparently, you put it into politics. Apparently, I don't know why, but anyway. Well, I guess that doesn't matter anyway. Okay. Here I reposted. I was still looking for a specific one. Oh, this is my repost, yeah, okay. And this is from the first one, and this is the second one with his article a day ago, yeah. And I do wonder if I can actually write on these. Can I write here? Can I write here? No, I don't think I can. Nope. not allowed to reply. So you have a lot of comments that would be interesting to reply to, but I can't reply to. So there's really only the first one, I guess, of Andrew that that I can write to. I can't write with the other one. It's advertising for Gap Pro. But again, I can't find the other message. Oh, maybe if I do like that. I'm still only finding 5 instead of 7. I found 7 beforehand. I don't know if it changes its home thing in regards to what it finds to me. I would have loved to. Only 5. Okay, maybe we'll try to push on home again and see if we can. Maybe this one. Let's see here. Find. Nope. It's still only 1. Oh wait. A little coffee here. We can have a little music maybe. Although it does sound a little ecumenical in its nature, but I guess it can also be used by you can see it from 2 different angles, right? The devil tries to gather all the world around the Antichrist. But of course we have Christians all over the world, so we can see it from 2 different angles. Oh, I have 4 now. I still can't see the other article. Oh, there we go. Well, found it. There we go. We found it. So let's just copy that as well. That's the oldest. So this is yep. And I still can't write on it. Okay, so entirely. I can. Share or reply to any of it. There we go. Oh, we need the name as well. Go. Anyway, I thought it was interesting. I thought it was Mm-hmm. I wanna love. And no. But anyway. Tarek. But this. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Qui racidilera. Racidilera. Dunia ta. Jomenie. Qui racidilera. Anyway, okay, gap. Okay, let's see my profile here. Oh. So we have this. I'll read more. This was the middle. Oh, I can't really. Oh, I can't write that either. Okay, the one from Toba is the middle. Yep. And Julia. Oh, that ain't the Julia. I don't know if anyone. Oh! See, no time to talk. Allah, share similitudes. Enjoy your skin, please. Get branded soon. I don't know. Okay, so someone was around, I guess. Let's give him a like. Well, I don't know if actually all Roman Catholics love hating Jews, but anyway. So that's yeah. Well, I guess a lot of them do. No, yeah, okay. Oh, the real apostles, Roman substitute apostles, supported by Roman government, teach Roman doctrine and all that. Oh yeah. He's absolutely yeah. Oh, we have also a group. Well, anyway. It's interesting that her account is private, so I don't know. She has some seats and all that, but can't follow. Amount follow success. Oh, okay. You request. Ah, okay. So you need to request. I don't know. Okay. I guess that's okay. So that's how it works. You request and then you get access to the person. So okay. We have the other guys. Well, let's see. Do I follow? Okay. Following. Okay. Oh, it's always nice to have some people at least in regards to the same. Yeah. Someone else liked my post, mentioned you. Oh, someone that's mentioned me. All of you people are incoherent ramblers who belong in asylums. I've never seen anything like you in my life. Oh yeah. Let's see here. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know even. Yoshiani. Oh, here's another problem in regards of no. Oh, he's right. The irony of them calling themselves from God, they don't realize their work. Yeah, wolves in cheap clothing, worshipping the devil, proclaiming Christ, and worshipping that old snake and his well, yep, the wolves in sheep clothing proclaiming Christ, yet worshipping proclaiming Christ and worshipping that old snake. Yep. No, it's right, this guy. Reposting him and Julia is just overall. I don't know why he's using like these. Isn't that like a damning word? Like. Okay, those condemned, okay. Okay. Okay, it's like a using on another thing in regards of being damned. He's smart, but you know, it seems to be on the right. Yay, yay. Yay, wolves and sheep killed him proclaiming Christ and word. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I don't know. Made a mistake there. I tend to make a lot of. It's so incredible, you know, it's like this metal is mirroring, you know. Oh, I'm actually also getting a little hungry as well. Yeah, I've sort of looked through this list as well. I might need to delete some more of the songs before uploading them. But most of them are Hebrew, so I could change the names of them and make them ready for upload. In some sense, to have some other songs I need to check as well. So actually it's on the mobile or maybe on actually not sure. Well, it's on the memory. That sounds Hebrew as well. Do no high, I don't know much Hebrew, okay, so if I'm wrong, you know, okay. No time to talk, well, I guess I should have like a ping thing where it actually pings me when someone writes. That would have been nice to, if anyone wants to talk, I could just, you know. Oh, he has. It seems like he might have some pretty good stuff on his wall here. In regards to, I think he's anti-Catholic as well. So, did he repost these? I don't know. Maybe it's from Praise our God. That's some English, mostly Hebrew. Praise our God. Great is our God. Dadu Elohim, Shini Dadu Elohim, How can I have so little space on the system? I don't get it. Always issues with space. Aloha. So little hearts. 800 megabytes, but yeah. Do little heart. Melodiga do heart. Typical, right? Hello heart. I don't know, maybe you can cut this, or at least cut these, I guess. Oh, and put the download folder here, download. So, still seems to be ruined in regards of some things. Yeah, well, anyway. Of course, if I'm, not going to have any power, there's a lot of things that will be harder to do and sort out, and some things, for sure that's problematic. But, I guess it's not that, that, if Linux mobiles are coming around, it might not be, it does make it. Oh, this is annoying that programs are not portable from the beginning. They shouldn't put all this bullshit into them and make them non-portable. They should always be portable. You should just be allowed to just copy. It's like when you see these hackers or whatever, when they were hacking games, for example. So you didn't need the CD or whatever, or the key or whatever. That's how it should be from the pack. If you buy something, you shouldn't be, in regards to the key, of course, if you're, playing on the internet, you would need to have, maybe not actually. But, if it's just all this security nonsense, you just get tired of it. And also, you get into, when you maybe I shouldn't speak about these things today, but it's so, you get into so many issues being, you end up giving the power to someone else. I shouldn't speak about that. It's just tiring. Portable applications has always been the way to give the freedom for the user, so he can easily take the applications with him. If you have a Bible application, you can easily take it with you and you have all your stuff. And that's also a problem. I have this Bible application called The Word, which is portable, which is wonderful. I've used it a lot. And but then you want some more modules, right? Most of them are free, you pretty much, a lot of them are free. But then you have some things that are, where you need to, pay for them. But the problem is they register in regards to the system you're in. So if you move from one, even if you have a portable application and has registered it and all that, when you move from one computer to another, then you need to do it all over again. And of course, then you might have thrown away all your data in regards of activation code and all that, which I have. But it's just. Or you need to look for it, so you many hours of wasting your time. You just don't want to do that. You just don't want to. It's nonsense. But that's how they want it to be, sadly. What is this? I don't know about that. Of course, I think it has its. I think it does have the Hebrew English lyrics in the behind, so that's nice, but I don't know in regards to the song itself, totally it's not really doing it for me. I've seen that, but yeah, they do have the Hebrew, how you say it, and then the English, it seems. Oh, but it actually doesn't tell you what it actually means. They just have or maybe it's a. What is that? Is that It's just a name or what? Yeah, I don't know. For Sinai's sake, I will not keep silent, and for Jerusalem's sake, I will not be quiet. But what is this word, Refsia? You know, what does it mean? It doesn't. It's just a Hepsivia. Is that like a place? Let's see here. Let's take it from the beginning. I think I will delete that song. There's some other songs I would like to actually get, which I don't know, which I don't think I have from this woman. What is she? I can't remember what is she called, but she made some pretty good music. For Jerusalem, I should not be quiet. It's very sad because there was over 200 songs, Hebrew songs, where they translated and all that, you know, and YouTube just took it down. I still do have some of the songs, a couple of them from, so one can see how they were, but it's just a lot of Hebrew songs, and I never, you know, I was so close to downloading every video. But because there was over 200 and it, you know, couldn't figure out which one that actually, then I stopped doing it. It was, you know, so stupid. I should just have taken, you know, then I would have at least 200. I could have gone through and seen if there was any songs that was good. And then you can see the text, what it actually means. So you also learn some Hebrew at the same time. So it's like a win-win situation. But no. Yehovah, and they say Adonai. But they write Yehovah. They write Yehovah and say Adonai. I think it's just so disgusting. Anyway. Hey. Hello. You shall be called Refshia. You know, okay? You shall be called Refshia. But what does Refshia, Siva, what does that mean? You know, the whole, you know, I'm like, you know, the whole point of the song, you know, if Refshia, I can't even spell it in regards of Hebrew meaning. Refshia, I don't know, Refshia, is that Refshia? Maybe I can write it in. It just doesn't make, you know. You shall be called Refshiva. Yeah, okay, Refshiva. But what does Refshia? Va. Oh, sorry, va. Refshiva. Refshiva Hebrew. What does that mean? You know, Refsia, yeah, okay, that, okay. There we go. What does it mean? My delight is in her. Yeah, okay, so Refsia, my delight is in her. Why wouldn't they write that? You know, it just doesn't make any sense. You know, you have a song where it you know, you shall be called Refsiva. Refsiva, my delight is in her. Refsia. It's also a figure in the books of Kings in the Bible. She was the wife of Hezekiah. I'm not sure if that's the English form or I guess. King of Judah and the mother of Manasseh of Judah. Salvation. But I don't know where they're getting this from in regards of a new name. There must be something in the Bible talking about Jerusalem shall be known as Rafi. You know, I don't know. Let's see. Known as Rafshia. That is interesting. Let's see here. See if we can find. There we go. Rafshia, Jerusalem. Let's see if we can find some kind of. Who is Rafshia? But you will be called Rafshia. Oh, there we go. Isaiah 62. For Zion's sake, I will not keep silent. For Jerusalem's sake, I will not remain quiet, till her righteousness shines out like the dawn, her salvation like a blazing torch. The nations will see your righteousness, and all kings your glory. You will be called by a new name that the mouth of Jehovah will bestow. You will be a crown of splendor in Jehovah's hand, a royal diadem in the hand of your God. No longer will they call you deserted or name your land desolate, but you will be called Rafshia. That's like a number one. Rafshia means my delight is in her. But you will be called Rafshia or something, and the land and your land Be'alu, and there was another means married. So the land of Israel means married. Yeah, for Jehovah will take delight in you, and your land will be married. As a young man marries a maiden, so will your sons marry you. Sons marry you. As a bridegroom rejoices over his bride, so will your God rejoice over you. And so still in regards to this, fathers to the sons, I do remember a Jew talking about the fathers to the sons and the sons to the Jews, because I still don't totally understand that. But it seems like at least this Jew understood it in regards of I guess going back to the law of Jehovah in some sense. But I still don't understand the, it must be a Jewish thing in regards of the sons to the fathers to the sons and the sons to the fathers. Turning the sons to the fathers and the fathers to the sons. But anyway, I have posted watchmen on your walls, O Jerusalem. They will never be silent. They will never be silent day or night. You who call on Jehovah, give yourselves no rest, and give him no rest till he establish Jerusalem and make her the praise of the earth. Jehovah has sworn by his right hand and by his mighty arm, never again will I give you grain as food for your enemies. Never again will I give your grain as food for your enemies, and never again will foreigners drink the new wine for which you have toiled. And there we go with the new wine. But those who harvest it will eat it and praise Jehovah, and those who gather the grapes will drink it in the courts of my sanctuary. I do wonder in regards of new wine, in regards of fermentation, how long it takes to ferment, and how you should be able to, I guess, drink it by the, if you put it in something, you should still be able to drink it before it alcoholizes totally, right? And I think there was something, I can't remember all the details in regards to this. I think there was something like less, that can't be true, can it? In regards of less alcohol in the wine, I don't know. But anyway, you should be able, if it begins to ferment and all that, you should still be okay, I guess, to, drink a week or 2 weeks or whatever before it actually has fermented finished, Just means there's more sugar, and of course it will taste more like grape, instead of wine. Anyway, pass through the gates, prepare the way for the people, build up the highway, remove the stones, raise a banner for the nations. Jehovah has made proclamation to the ends of the earth. Say to the daughter of Zion, see your Savior comes. See, his reward is with him, and his recompense accompanies him. They will be called the holy people, the redeemed of Jehovah, and you will be called sought after, the city no longer deserted. And you will be called sought after. I do wonder in regards to what Hebrew word that would be. I guess we could take Isaiah 52 and just go into my portable application, which when you do the copy paste actually takes you directly pretty much to it. To the place, let's see here, see S for Strongs. Ye are the daughter of Zion, behold thy salvation cometh, behold his reward with him and his work before him, and they shall call them the holy people, Kodesh, and the redeemed, Gaal of Jehovah, and thou shalt be called Daras. Daras. I do wonder, in regards, let's go to the Hebrew here. Daras. So, redeemed, Jehovah, Velach, Yikre, Derusha. I do wonder if Derusha, sought out, Derusha. I do wonder if that would be the whole thing, not Daras, but Derusha. You will be called Derusha. But then it goes in regards to the city not forsaken, Derusha. But is it then the people that is called Derusha, or the city that is, the holy, the Ha Kodesh Keule Yehovah Velach Yikare, or Yikre, that depends in regards of Yikare Derusha Ir Lach Ne'esava. Yeah, well, anyway. Okay. Be'ula means married or builder. No, there's something else. Number 5. Builder. What is that? Builder. Builder. Number 3. Okay. So so will your sons or builder marry you? Well, that's different, right? As a young man marries a maiden, so will your sons, and then have number 3, or builder marry you. As a builder would make sense, right? So your builder would marry you because God is the one that builds them. They are. He's the former. So I don't know. As a young man marries a maiden, so will your sons marry you. Again, it doesn't seem to make, as a bridegroom rejoices over his bride, so will your God rejoice over you. Builder, I think builder, as a young man marries a maiden, so will your builder marry you. As a bridegroom rejoices over his bride, so will your God rejoice over you. I don't get the sons. Why? So will your sons marry you? That doesn't mean, What are your sons marry? No, builder. So I don't know, or builder, I don't know which version this is, but I'll see here if what that's this say. I think that's pretty clear that it should be, probably builder, not son. So why would it? That's the thing, right? With the context of things, you take the context, you use. Yeah, there's a lot of tools to figure out what is actually the right thing. But I think builder would probably be the correct, because God is their builder. It's God who created them. It's God who forms them. Let's see, where is this number 5? So that's just my opinion, just quick looking at it. It says, for as a young man, married, shall thy sons, why is, so shall thy sons rejoice over, and as a bridegroom, I don't get into Hebrew here. Number 5. For as a young man married a virgin, so shall thy sons marry thee. Again, there's so shall thy sons marry thee. No, so shall the builder. Anyway, I don't know. It does say banim, a son, as a builder of the family name. Oh, okay. So in the Hebrew, maybe a son in regards to banim is like, a builder of the family. Is that how they maybe take it? Because the son is the builder of. Okay, yeah, Yeah, okay, maybe that's the idea of, yeah, okay. I don't know in regards to the Aramaic, yeah, well, okay, that was interesting, because it doesn't really, for as a young man married a virgin so shall thy son marry thee, and it's like, how would you understand that if you don't have any background in regards to the sons to be the builders of the family? That's at least what it says here. Used widely a son as a builder of the family name. So, yeah, okay. So, I don't know. I don't know. But it would make sense in regards of something in regards of your builder, in regards of who is building you up. And I guess the sons might be the builders of the, anyway, I don't know. Anyway. So, let's see if there's anyone on the line. Live streaming. Nope. Enjoy your skin, please get branded soon. I don't know, regards of branding. Anyway, okay, gap, and it's still, regards of moving files, apparently. Moving a lot of files. What's that? Yeah, apparently it's, yeah, okay. Again, slow computer, old computer. Yeah. So where were we going? We had global peace and the rise of Antichrist, that in regard of the Hunt. We have the gap, against the modern Judaizers. Yep, the Catholics don't still get it, are still at it, in regards of attacking. It's nice. It's nice because when you get the response from the Roman Catholics, it's not hidden away anymore. They show themselves, they end up showing themselves what they're, So, and that's nice. It's just nice to know what they actually, and they still, the wolves are still around. Anyway, what do I have? Oh yeah, we have some music. Let's continue with the music. But okay, yeah. That's true. That was the music, pretty much just finding out in regards of Jerusalem. So it's of course interesting if Jerusalem is then if they actually named a different thing in the future. But yeah, I do like that they are like that you actually have But overall, I'm not totally fond of the song overall, but it's nice to see that they have the text, so one can learn some Hebrew while at it. I think I'll delete the song. It's just. I just also, the whole idea was to have a little of everything, so people could, have help in regards to finding. That was the idea in the beginning, in regards to have a little here, a little there, so people knew that there was a huge amount of, so they could use it for yeah. Nah, this I will delete that. Let's see what we have now. Okay. And again, they just they put the name in there and they mistranslate it. I just hate that. I just hate it how people are doing that. How can you stand on truth and just take the name of God out of it? Mistranslate. I just can't. Get. It's so disgusting. I really have a really, really hard, and people say, we don't use the name Jehovah and all that. I don't care if you don't use the name Jehovah. I'll use it, Well, of course I don't care. I think you should use it, but I don't care in regards of the sense that you don't, think that I should use it. I don't care about that. Because I think I should, In fact, there must be another way in regards of I don't care, but I care. I don't care in regards of you, but, if you don't think I should use, I don't care about that, But I do care that, in the other sense that I do think that you should use it and I should use it, absolutely. Anyway. I care about that we should use it, but I don't care if you don't think I should use it, That's the way, I guess. Something of that nature. Hey, again, right? Was that again? Yeah, again, right? Just again, they just smashed the name of God. Now, I know Yeshua, of course, is God, and that's the name given by God to God. And that's the name we are saved by. But come on! The name of Jehovah is like multiple times. You just ruin it. Give me a break. I'm kind of getting a little, stirred up by that nonsense, But they still have this nice system of I don't know about that, but anyway. I don't know about that one either. But they're singing in Jerusalem in regards of this place. I've been there. I just felt it was way too loud. It's like way too loud, for me anyway. It's like going to a concert or something like being blown out of. They're doing it again. But it's also interesting, a lot of people, still don't want to talk about, the papacy, and that includes a lot of the Hebrew Christians as well. They don't want to talk about the papacy. It's like you get really into it's just I have no idea why no Christian would, Yeshua was warning us about this on every kind of level, and then people just don't want to speak about it. It just doesn't. I don't know about that either. I have one more. Is that like the Lord will not cast off his people? Let's see here. That's Joshua, Aaron, Hoshiana. There we go again. The Lord, right? but it's okay. But that's another one. That's Ki El Shomrenu Atar for your Alka. Okay. I'm probably just too critical. Oh, that's good. That's nice. Yeah. Anyway, it's hard to differentiate in regards to. That's nice, you know. Yeah, well, nice. Like a woman in a dress, you know. Yeah, long hair and all that. Although I'm more to blondes, but yeah, she looks, you know, smiling as well and all that. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I don't get this, but with women in these pants, you know, like you gotta be kidding me. I just totally, yeah, just. Anyway. Oh no. Well, anyway, I shouldn't be so critical, I guess. I do need to be, you know, finding things, you know, you only have so and so much space that you can put things on, so I guess you do need to be somewhat critical because you can't just put everything on, you know. So. I guess it's just both mobiles. As okay, yeah, mine. I'm needing some lyrics. I might be able to fix some lyrics on some of the things, but that would be needing a lot more work to do things. Well, actually, we do have two of those, if I recall. There's like two of the same video of that. So at least one of them needs to be deleted. So, the name. It's like, you know, when people are singing about the name, right, and they just remove the name Yehovah. It's just, I don't know about this one. I have two of them in regards to fire of the spirit. Aaronic benediction, but it's from Israel as far as I can see from where they have this tent. But I don't know what the difference is between the two. It's both 6 minutes. Oh, sorry, one is 6 minutes and the other is longer, I think. But you do see some biblical things, you know, the temple, I guess this must be the priest or something like that. I've seen. I do wonder, that was another Hebrew, can't remember what that was about. That was also pretty good. I can't remember. A lot of, you know, you have a lot, even if they're not Christians, they, you know, they might be singing biblical songs, right? Was that a biblical song, that one? I can't remember. Well, anyway. Laity. We have the water. Water and that at least there's not the Hebrew, but there's there is in regards to the English at least. It talks about the name and then she says Adonai. Probably would be. Anyway. Now we have a ram's horn. Well, actually, not a ram's horn, sorry. One of these other kinds of horns. You have to be careful in regards of being critical, right? In regards of, you know, remembering the Bible in regards of David, right? You know, I think he was dancing and all that, and some woman was critical of him or something like that. Anyway, but yeah, it's just, you know, you have to choose in regards of what you can put on, you know, on the website. You know, I only have, well, I have 100 gigabytes. You know. So, well, maybe a little more than 100 gigabytes, but yeah, you have to find out what you're going to put on if the, you know, if it's, yeah. Okay, so maybe the differences in regards to the lyrics. Let's, oh, sorry, the English subtitles. Let's see here what we have here. So there's no. It's interesting because it's actually longer in this thing. Oh, it's longer because it has advertising. Okay, well that's pretty much sorts that out, and it doesn't have the English subtitles. So, yeah. So we can. I think we'll delete the version that doesn't have subtitles, and it's longer. Apparently it's Sarah Lieberman, Fire on You, so I guess I'll take the, okay, and put the, because one is called something and another called something else, and of course we want the information on that, and rename, there we go. Whoa, amazing Hebrew, new Hebrew words, no, just with English, yep. We don't need all the information. Music video from Israel. Well, yeah, okay, something like that. I'm gonna delete this one. Great. No, we don't need more versions of one song, right? At least, you know. Oh, why did we? Why is Isn't this from the first song? Oh, yeah. Okay. I guess I'll just delete them all in the playlist and just move the whole thing over again. And I think some of the songs I already have in yeah, well, well, I think we got into, I guess, the streaming without anything. Oh well. Well, no one came to ask anything, I guess. But yeah, you know, I had a little interesting. I'm still hungry for, you know, some good food. I see what we have. We have. Yeah, the problem with this song is that we only have how to pronounce. We don't have what he sings about, or well, I don't know Hebrew either. So that's sad. Oh no! Wait! No, wait! No, we actually do have the how we translate it. We don't have the Hebrew. We have how to pronounce it. But okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, let's take the next. You are holy light at Tower of David. Well, yeah, pretty much most of it is pretty much in Hebrew, so. But there's also the 720p, you know. But I had a program to easily. Oh no. I just changed every single one. Why did it change every single one? Oh well. Bring it up your down. Israel. You are holy, holy. There's no one else like you. You are holy, holy. There's no one else like you. Me and my heart will sing for you, Lord. And take me we will not bow to a thousand land. We are worship Israel. You are holy, holy. Oh, it's hard to get that holy. You are holy, holy. Like you, you are holy, holy, and no one else like you. It sounds like it's more like English, right? Yeah. Holy, no one else like you. I haven't heard any English yet. Oh, sorry, Hebrew. We will serve me and my house. You are holy, holy. One else like you. You are holy. Oh, that's something. Oh, Hebrew. That's Hebrew. Bum bum bum. It's not a bad, when you have the English and the Hebrew. You are holy. I think that's pretty good. Bum 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 hapenicha. We will not bow to the gods of men and worship. We worship Israel. We will not bow to the gods of men. We will not bow to the gods of men and worship the God of Israel. We will not bow to the God of men. We will not bow to the gods of men and worship the God of Israel. The God of Israel. Bum 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 bum. Be in my house. We will serve you, Lord, lifting our hands in worship. We will not bow down for the God of men. We worship the God of Israel. Ye are holy, holy. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I think that's actually great. I think that's good. I had more songs from his concert, but I think that was actually pretty much the best, I think, of the ones that I listened to. So, yeah, that was good. You are holy, holy. I'm getting way too low, Oh, sorry, high, It's like, you are holy, holy. That's much easier to hold, You are holy, holy. Yep. Anyway. Oh yeah. So yeah, I'll be great with some food. Some getting the. I don't know if I don't think I have any eggs. I think I ate those. But yeah, I have some red meat. That will be wonderful. Some red meat. Chopped up. I have 2 packages, so that's nice. Of course I have a lot of fish as well, so in cans. I need to find out which cans are the best and all that, I guess. Now that I don't, I'm not going to have the oven at my disposal, and well, at least, I can maybe do other things, but in regards of some other ways of gas, for example, let's look into some gas stove. Oh, I have some coal. I actually have a lot of coal, actually. So, of course, you do use a good amount every time you. And it takes some time to. But yeah, I can always make. That's at least a possibility. You are holy, holy. There is no one else like you. You are holy, holy. holy, there is no one else like you. That's a good song. I think that's a good song. Da 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 da. La da da da, la da la da 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 da. You are holy, holy. There is none. Oh, anyway, nearly there, pretty much. Well, that's the first thing in regards of sorting some of the names out, and then of course you need to. It's always, when you need to fix all the information, or fix a lot of information in the songs itself when you fix them on the website, and you want to have them like the same in some sense, as easy as possible for people to actually get the information, right? And this is kind of a mess, totally. A lot of these. Yeah, I do wonder in regards of, can I have Hebrew and Greek in? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that's the woman. I can't remember what her name is, but she has some other songs that are just Christian songs where she sings them in Hebrew and English. But I can't remember her name. She has a wonderful voice. Well, I think I like the voice anyway. A very nice voice. I wonder what's this. Yeah, okay, it's probably like that. Qui recite les rats Anthony Atta. Uh-oh, we missed one. Qui recite les rats. Do 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 bum. Na da da da. Na Yeshua. That's wonderful. Adonija. Wait. Is that again in regards? I say to the Lord, but that's the Lord as Jehovah. I say to the Adonija. I don't know. I guess I don't know if that was a banging on the store or something like that. Oh, what is the wall? Sorry. For many, you never know. Kira Sidi Leva Jo many Kira Sidi Leva. It sounds like, again, the Lord. So since there must be in the Hebrew there must be wonderful. Very, very nice. Very nice voice. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I should make like a knock knock in regards to that on the wall. Kira City de Oh, it's not. Yeah, need a bath apparently. Qui va si tu le vas? Qui va si tu le vas? I guess we got to fix this over. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Yeah. So it's. I don't know why I can't really. That's so. It's really not that far from. It just takes me so long to do things. Nothing to do. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Dum da da dum dum da da dum 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 bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 Now there's a lot of PDF files. I have no idea what they are, but the servants of God, a mid file, MED file. So in regards to JSXC, I don't know about that. I think I can delete that. Delivery report, that should be. I don't need that anymore, I guess. Mini BP forum icons, that was in regards to mini BP, but it wasn't really free, and you have a lot of casino nonsense. There's some files, English, something, probably some kind of drivers. Looks like some basics. I probably have installed those I needed, hopefully. Yeah, there's something in regards to printer thing apparently. Oh, I don't need that anymore, that's for sure. It's the printer thing. Yeah, okay. Fam mini icon with like double file. A lot of double files here. Bum 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 bum. That's some Java thing. Some here, bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. I think I already have. Oh yeah, I have the songs and MIDI files from. Many files from, I don't know. Okay, I don't know if I ever need that for anything. Probably not. Upload mod. I don't know what. README. Something. Flux BB. Flux BB? What is Flux? That's the forum. I have no idea. The Vanilla, that was another forum as far as I recall. Yeah. That I think it was too heavy or something like that in regards to the Vanilla. Well, at least it's active, so it's a possibility at least, and you can make the form as you want as well as I know. So if you don't have a, if the other breaks down, at least that's, but it was pretty heavy as far as I recall. It's hard to remember everything. I have WinSCP portable here. I already have, I don't know what version that is, but it works. Elohim Yeshieni da 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 da. Ishaim. Something we got some chip surfing. I don't know about that. We have into chip surfing. Let's delete that menu down. I have no idea what menu is. It's on the calendar. Oh, that's okay. Emulates or whatever. Sticker printer, I can delete that because yep. I wonder if that is actually must be Nishamai Yoshie. Wait, did I just? I did it. Yeah. Okay. Stupid. Da 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 Still no one on. Okay. But it keeps on, at least it's still recording, so that's interesting. It hasn't stopped recording. But anyway, I guess I got a little off. We have to see if we have some reposted. No, it's just nothing new on Gap. Guess when you have multiple things, it's easier for it to just. Anyway. She also released her music for free as an album, if I recall. Something. I also have to look into. We have Martin Luther songs here as well, which are still, I've downloaded them in three different ways. We have the MP4 files. So the problem is, some of these are just disgusting. You have, all these things that is just disgusting, but the song is okay, but let's see here, MP3 128. So you have two different. You have M4A files and MP3 files and MP4 video. That's pretty much the three kinds of things I have. I guess they're pretty much named the same name, all of them. So I could actually just copy them into one folder, and you would have the the MP3, the MP4, and all that actually together. That might not be a bad thing to just copy it all together. And then you can just I can just take the one that I pretty much want. Details. Yeah, then we have, and we can easily see how many megabytes they are, and the M4A files, that's just the sound. They should be able to play on in the video player I have. Well, I have to check it, of course. It should also be the closest, because the MP3 files are fixed into MP3 files, so that's great. So let's fix that. let's just cut that and move it out here, and we'll get it how it is. So that's another one in regards to Martin Luther. All his songs, or at least a lot of them, from the Protestant period. So. So let's see. There should be a lot of fun. Then I could take it from the beginning pretty much, and Aus tiefer not, but that's of course I don't know why anyway. Let's just okay. Let's try some of these German. Let's take the first one and see how that goes. Bum bum bum. That's an imp. And again, in regards to the sound, I don't know in regards of if they can actually play the. Okay, that's it's the same MP as the MP3 format. Let's see the video if that's. Oh, it shows. I think it's Martin Luther. I don't like it showing all these pictures and images and all that. It's just not. Kind of. It just disgusts me, in regards of images and. It's just not me. Oh, maybe we should put the. No, not. I can't see anything. Apparently, there we go. No. And it's not that easy when you don't have light. Okay, let's just. Okay, let's go ahead. There we go. It's just nice to have more screens. I guess we can look over all the videos, and maybe if we see something we don't like, then just destroy at least the video. I'll keep the sound maybe. Something of that nature. See type. Let's see here. MP3 file, MP4 file, or MPEG. So there we go. Let's take those and put over here. Wow, that didn't really seem to go so well. Let's try again. Okay. That's kind of didn't work. I don't know why it can't do that. Oh, of course, it's technology, so you always have to have issues. Okay, let's try again. Wow. I don't know. Let's just open another one, I guess. Now that opened the wrong one. Okay, click, 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 right? A lot of clicks. Okay, let's try it down here. M4A, no, it's not the M4A I need here, it's the MP4s. And if we think it's too disgusting, we'll just nail the video pretty much to the cross. And no resurrection for that, for sure. Okay, let's see here. Have Wittenberg here. Yeah, it's not like I overly enjoy, these are the best versions I've been able to find, so. So that shows how it is. It's hard to figure out what I should do. I had that in a better version, but apparently because of copyright or something like that, they removed it from YouTube. And that's lot worse version. The beta version, the other one for sure. That's not too bad in regards. So here we have like a, you know, yeah, an image, like an icon thing, and using, you know, kind of a don't I actually have like two of them? In any case, we'll think we'll nail that at least. Yeah, we'll nail that. That's. Of course, it does get a little harder when you. Of course, how do I keep track on that? Pretty much. That's pretty good. This one. What does that actually have to do with Luther? No, yeah, that's true. That is, I think that's in regards to the church, actually. And it's hard to follow along with the flute. Probably much, yeah. Well, anyway, probably much more advanced than the original song melody. What is that? What's the other version I have in regards to Christ like in total span? Oh, it's already there, I guess. It's much better the one that she sang. Yeah, there's like an idol on it. Yeah. What was the? Well, I guess I didn't get all of the things. You know, I guess there's just the melody for. Here we go again with like this, you know, icon, image, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, just. Du sollst leiden, den siebten Tag, das tut also da. Du sollst dein tun, well, yeah, anyway. Oh, there we have Ein Festerberg. I have two versions there. I think actually one is German and one is English. No? Oh, maybe we have. Okay. Then we go again with that image. And the altar with an idol, you know. Kind of don't. I don't know. It's hard to to really look into where to start in regards to this. I guess I need to also figure out in regards to the MAU files or whatever it's called, or if I go with the MP3, which I think is converted, so they should in theory be less in quality, although it's probably not. Yeah, it's probably not much overall really. Just have some biblical. Haven't I actually? I think I have already unpacked these books someplace else. It should actually be over here. Documents, books. Yep, should be the same books as is in the zip file, which. Yep, a treatise touching Antichrist. We're in the place, the time. Yep. Pretty much delete that. Yeah, I know it's not. Some of these songs are not very, ear catching. But it was to get closer to the Protestant songs of Martin Luther, just to get, get a little more acquainted. Also in regards of melodies and flute and all that. Because you rather want something you learn from by and. Instead of just playing a melody for them, Anyway. Go paste this. And there we go with a big idol again. We have a an idol hanging on a tree. It's like, I just don't, people actually, bow in front of things like that, and just, it's just, Here we can have, as there seems to be like Easter eggs, in the corner. Easter eggs. You gotta be kidding. Here we have another. And we have a round thing here as well. Yeah, it's just. Come on. It's a good amount of those videos. And there we go again with a, so he has the background of an idol hanging on a tree. And it's just. And then you have the altar and, walking up to the altar. Which of course in the Bible you don't have stairs up to the altar. And there we go, standing in front of an idol. Oh, here we have. I think it's actually standing at a place in regards of Martin Luther's, I'm not entirely sure, 1914, 1918, 1939 and 1945. So what would those, I wonder what it is, Helgienrode, the Markenfett 1940 to 90, I'm not sure what it totally is. Hmm. That's Christ Mass nonsense, you know. Oh, IHS. IHS. Yeah, looks like a Roman Catholic. IHS and the cross in the middle of the H. And yeah, could look. And Christmas trees and yeah. Another Christmas tree. Sad. Another altar with candles in front of this idol thing. Well, then they're in the good sugar. Oh yeah. Anyway, we'll see. I don't know. Again, I still don't know in regards to the video player, in regards of these three different formats. So I still need to figure that out. Of course, I only need one in regards of either MP3 or M4A. Now, MP3 is usually the format that most players can play. So I don't know in regards to this M4A. You know, it's there's still a lot of things still tend to go with the standard MP3 even nowadays. I don't know if it costs money for them to use another format or something like that. I have all these testimonies, but I was actually trying to also sort them out on the mobile. Testimonies from Jews. I was looking for specific testimonies that pointed out who Jesus Christ really is. You know, one thing is to, this and that, but saying that he's God, is not that many of them actually proclaiming to say that Jesus is God. And of course we want to have the testimonies and then of course everything else. What nice is if much of the rest is also good enough, right? Anyway, let's see here. Well, I have like 100 or so. I tried on the mobile to try to sort it out, and I've listened to a lot of these testimonies. So I know a lot of testimonies from Jews because we have over 100. I'm not sure how many we have here, but 144 testimonies from Jews that I've downloaded, and I just want a couple of them. Some of them are in Hebrew and some of them are in English. I think I pretty much got through all at least on the mobile, but I should probably, I need to just take them one by one. It's like, and just take I don't know, maybe, it's problematic, I guess. It's problematic. It's kind of problematic. No, need to to do that. Anyway, let's take one, I guess. Sort of. I had uncovered a deep truth and couldn't deny it. Let's try to take that. If it's not Hebrew, because if it's Hebrew, that's a problem. That's a problem. Yeah, and I've seen that before. The problem
There's a
is
2,000-year legacy of anti-Semitism and hatred in the name of Christ and Christianity that I think every Jew that's brought...
Well, Roman Catholicism has a lot of hatred for Jews, that's for sure. That's, But of course they will proclaim that to be Christianity. So again, the devil does his work.
But with any sense of identity hears about Jews, they're Christians, and they blame us for killing their God, Jesus Christ.
Killing their God, Jesus Christ. Yep, there we go. But at least he tells, killing their God, Jesus Christ, right? So at least that, so he understands the principle, I think, in regards of Jesus being God, right? So anyway.
My grandfather died. I was 6 or 7 years old, and it was a very hush-hush thing. Nobody wanted to talk about it. What happens after you die? We weren't even allowed to go to the funeral. I remember asking my teacher in synagogue, what happens after we die? And she didn't really know. She said, go see the rabbi. So I met with the rabbi, and I remember him telling me the story about a man climbing up a mountain, and he's only seeing the trees, and he's journeying up the mountain and never sees what's over the other side because he's climbing the mountain. But God, who is at the top of the mountain, sees over the other side of the mountain. And that was my rabbi's answer. The rabbi had no more idea than I did what happens after you die. He didn't know. I went on to university, and those two driving issues remained in my mind. Why am I here? I'm here for a purpose, and what's going to happen to me after I die? I got involved in drugs and rock and roll. I started to go to Grateful Dead concerts and doing drugs, and that was, I guess, sort of a hobby for me. But there was something spiritual about that experience, the drugs and the music, and I knew very clearly from my drug experiences that there's more to this life than just what we see. There's a world beyond this world. So through college, I'm exploring. I'm involved in these cults and the occult, and I'm searching for God. A friend of mine had really gotten heavily involved in drugs, and I saw her lose interest in classes. She stopped attending classes. She disappeared from my life. She really looked like she was dying from using drugs. She was suicidal. She was considering taking her life, until one day I was walking on campus and I bumped into her, and her name was Susie. I said, Susie, what happened to you? Because she was smiling, she was vibrant, she looked terrific, and she began to tell me that something profound happened. She had wandered into a pool hall, and the owner of the hall had just become a Christian, and he witnessed her and he told her about Jesus, and she had prayed with him to accept Jesus, and now she was born again. Her life had completely been transformed. And I said to her, I'm really happy for you, Susie. That's great. It's not for me, but if it makes you happy, that's great. And then she invited me to a Bible study. And I wanted to say no, but somehow out of my mouth I said yes. And it was pouring rain, and I had a motorcycle. And I thought, I have a good excuse not to go to this Bible study. But I remember getting on the back of the motorcycle and driving through the pouring rain to this Bible study that I didn't want to go to. And I remember walking into the study, I was soaking wet, my clothes were soaked, but from the time that the Bible study started, and I don't remember what was taught, it was the book of Revelation and how the world's coming to an end, but I just thought, I want to get out of here, but I couldn't because my clothes were in the dryer, so I was a captive audience. And at the end of the Bible study, the teacher invited me to go upstairs and talk with him. He gave me a Bible, and he began to take me through these scriptures in my own Jewish Bible to begin with, and then in the New Testament about sin and separation from God. I had never read the Bible before other than preparation for my bar mitzvah. We Jews are supposed to be the people of the book, but most Jewish people have never even read the scriptures that we claim to be our own. And as he showed me verses about my sin and separation from God, like all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Our righteousness is as filthy rags. I just felt the weight of my sin. I was hot, the room was bright. I felt the presence of what I knew to be God himself. And so I prayed this prayer with him, and as soon as I prayed, the room went back to normal temperature, the lights went back to normal, the sofa that felt like it was holding me in place released me, the Bible shrunk back to a normal size, my clothes were presented to me dry, I changed and I raced home and tried to forget this experience, but something changed in my heart that night. And I had a desire for the first time to read the Bible. I had never read the Bible before. I claimed to believe the Bible, but I didn't really know what the Bible said other than the stories that I had learned growing up. And I just devoured the Bible. And I began with the book of Matthew. I had never read the New Testament. I was taught that the New Testament was the Christian Bible. The only connection that it had with my heritage as a Jew is that it was anti-Semitic. And much of Judaism, as we wandered through Europe and other nations, was an effort to survive in what became a Christian world. Christianity was defined by its hatred of the Jewish people and blaming the Jewish people for almost 2,000 years now. So for a Jew to consider Jesus, there's really a terrible history to overcome. But I really felt this pull to read the New Testament. And I began in Matthew chapter 1. Right in the beginning, it listed the genealogy of Jesus. Jesus, the son of Abraham, the son of David. And that just jumped out at me. And I immediately it was shocking. What is Abraham and David, two of the greatest men in our history, doing in the Christian Bible? I discovered things that were completely different than I had been taught growing up. I discovered that Jesus was Jewish, that he had a given name, a Hebrew name, Yeshua, which means salvation, because he will save his people from their sins. I discovered that he was born in Israel of Jewish parents. I thought he grew up in Rome, in the Vatican. All of the first followers of Yeshua were all Jews, and none of them converted to another religion. They didn't convert to Christianity. There was no Christianity. No, they were Jewish men and women who had found their promised Messiah from their own scriptures, the Tanakh. And that changed my life. I began to find the answers that I had been looking for in my own scriptures, in the Tanakh. I discovered that God had a purpose for my life, and that purpose was to know him, to walk with him, to serve him. I discovered that there is a life after this life. I knew almost immediately that God was calling me, that he had a destiny for my life to serve him full time. I ended up moving to Russia after leading a Messianic congregation from a number of years in upstate New York, and then began to work in Ethiopia, in Zimbabwe, throughout Africa. And for the last number of years, we've been providing medical clinics where we provide dental care, eye care, medicines, even surgeries, free of charge. We just do it to serve and to let people know that God loves them. And my brother was a photographer. That's one of the things that he did. And I was able to bring him to Ethiopia as our photographer to one of our medical clinics. And he experienced in that clinic the presence of God as lives were being changed. He was photographing everything, and he saw people not only being cared for, but he saw people being changed by the love of God. And I watched him. I had the joy of watching him go through the same experience I did as he received Jesus, Yeshua, into his life and was completely transformed. He passed away from cancer fairly recently, but I know where he is today, and I'll be seeing him again. This is my destiny. This is my heritage. This Yeshua is my Messiah promised in my own scriptures.
Well, he doesn't directly say that Jesus is God. He does talk about that, the God of the Christians, right? But
I think every Jew,
that's right, in the
there's a
beginning.
2,000-year legacy of anti-Semitism and hatred in the name of Christ and Christianity that I think every Jew that's brought up with any sense of identity hears about. We're Jews, they're Christians, and they blame us for killing their God, Jesus Christ. When my grandfather died, I was 6 or 7 years old, and it was a very hush-hush thing. Nobody wanted to talk about it. What happens after you die? We weren't even allowed to go to the funeral. And I remember asking my teacher in synagogue, what happens after we die? And she didn't really know. She said, go see the rabbi. So I met with the rabbi, and I remember him telling me the story about a man climbing up a mountain, and he's only seeing the trees, and he's journeying up the mountain and never sees what's over the other side because he's climbing the mountain. But God, who is at the top of the mountain, sees over the other side of the mountain. And that was my rabbi's answer. The rabbi had no more idea than I did what happens after you die. He didn't know. I went on to university, and those two driving issues remained in my mind. Why am I here? I'm here for a purpose, and what's going to happen to me after I die? I got involved in drugs and rock and roll. I started to go to Grateful Dead concerts,
Maybe a little
doing drugs, and that was
further than the
sort of
beginning.
a hobby for me. But there was something spiritual about that experience.
Oh, actually, that's a
drugs
good
and
one in
music.
regards to
And
the
I knew very
Holocaust.
clearly
Well, I don't
from
know
my
if it's
drug
good, but
experiences that there's
many people don't believe in the
more to this
Holocaust,
life
right? So
than just what we
that might
we
be a
see.
good
There's
thing
there's a
to
world
have.
beyond this world. So through
I
college,
wonder if there's
I'm
more than-
exploring. I'm involved in these cults.
That's
and
actually
occult,
fall with
and
Holocaust.
I'm searching for God. A friend of mine had really gotten heavily involved in drugs, and I saw her lose interest in classes. She stopped attending classes. She disappeared from my life. She really looked like she was dying from using drugs. She was suicidal. She was considering taking her life.
It's more like a
Until one day I was
testimony, not
walking
in
on
regards of
campus and I
who
bumped
God
into her,
is.
and her name was Susie. I said, Susie, what happened to you?
Let's try
She
the
was smiling,
Holocaust
she
here.
was vibrant, she looked terrific, and she began to tell me that something profound happened. She had wandered into a pool hall, and the owner of the hall had just become a Christian, and he witnessed her, and he told her about Jesus, and she had prayed with him to accept Jesus, and now she was born again. Her life had completely been transformed. And I said to her, I'm really happy for you, Susie, that's great. It's not for me, but if it makes you happy, that's great. And then she invited me to a Bible study, and I wanted to say no, but somehow out of the sea of anti-Semitism and hatred.
Let's try again.
There's a 2,000-year legacy of anti-Semitism and hatred in the name of Christ and Christianity that I think every Jew that's brought up with any sense of identity hears about. We're Jews, they're Christians, and they blame us for killing their God, Jesus Christ.
Killing that God, yes, was in the beginning. Killing that God. So that he doesn't himself testify in the whole thing that Jesus is God. It's a testimony, right? But it doesn't really tell anything in regards to Jesus being God. So let's make an X for that or something like that for removal. Pretty much, it's a great testimony. Absolutely, there's a lot of these probably in regards to the heaven-hell doctrine. I do wonder in regards of if that's what he's, but we're going to Sheol, Hades, when we die, So anyway, but we have 4 in regards of the Holocaust. So I probably have.
הברית החדשה בעברית? הברית החדשה זה התנ"ך של הנוצרים, מי צריך את זה? מה זה הברית החדשה בעברית? לא מתאים. קוראים לזה...
It's Hebrew.
People say, you don't need all that. I need it. I need to hear the scriptures and have them meaningful. And they sound so simple, there's nothing simple about them. They're very profound.
Profound. I do wonder in regards of profound. Profound. Very great or intense. Yeah, there's a lot of depthness to the scripture. A lot of depthness. But
people say, you don't need all that. I need it. I need to hear the scriptures and have them meaningful. And they sound so simple, there's nothing simple about them. They're very profound.
Profound.
I had grown up with a great deal of anti-Semitism in my town. Remember, I was a teenager during World War II. So we spent first those 2 years in an orphanage. And it was a very, very scarring experience. My brother never got over it. I was stronger, so I got over that. But what it did was make me very self-reliant. I never thought I'd go to college. We didn't have any money, but I had to work my way through. And when I got through college with my BA, I had a major in psychology and a minor in sociology. And they said, what can you do? I said, I can type. They said, we have a job for you. So that's what I did, type. But I did end up with really fun jobs. I worked as a guide in NBC and met all the movie stars. I never see anything on the old movies that I haven't met these people in person. So I had a fun job, but there's this emptiness, absolute emptiness. I said, I'm just making up this thing from day to day instead of living it. And I've always volunteered. I've always been a volunteer, so I felt I was contributing, but it was still empty. And then they were calling for teachers because of the baby boom had come in at that time, and they needed people who had BA degrees, but no education credits. I had friends who had gotten their doctorates, and I'm very competitive, so I said, I think I can do that. But I wanted to go to the best college, university I could find, and that was at Teachers College, Columbia. I had a student in one of my classes wrote a paper about virtues and values and so on. And of all the papers I'd ever gotten on that subject, I've taught it many times. This was a remarkable paper. There was something spiritual about it. So I asked to meet with him after class, and we started talking about it. I asked where he got those ideas and what a good writer he was. And he said that he had been in despair also. I told him how that, I was in despair, but that he had found Christianity, a relationship with God, had made the difference. Now, that's all he said. He didn't preach or anything, he just said it. So I was very interested. I said, do you have anything that would help me? He came to my house and gave me a lot of sermons. He put them on my computer. It was a loving, unselfish, comforting. And I said I wanted to be part of whatever he was part of. So that's when I asked to come to the church. But it was through that paper and our friendship, and we still have that very solid friendship. I had to find out what he knew. So I thought, at my age, who wants to be with an old lady? And I find this 34-year-old brought me to a whole world. And not only did he accept me, but introduced me to other people who felt the same way. And the nicest people I ever met were those people who believed that way. And they happened to be Jews and Christians who just treated one another so special. And I couldn't get over that in this material world that there were people like that. The world breaks everyone. If Christ gave us his glory, how can we ever not feel healed from it? You know, if you're with him, if you trust him, you've got to feel that he's healing you, even though we don't deserve it. You know, it's very personal. He's my friend, and I feel his love, and I feel that he is my strength, and he helps me in my broken places. And I feel that he's always going to be there for me, and I don't get depressed anymore. I feel that this is God's gift of love to me. This is grace. His grace.
Well, you know, a testimony, but nothing in regards of Jesus being God, as far as I could hear. Apparently it goes on, so let's see here. That's despairing. Yeah, there's like around 150, right? Also, such, you know, so should be some, you know, I know there are some at least, you know, but there should be more than what I've found already. But let's see here, we had the X, right, in regards of the, radius the gospel. He does talk about that Jesus, you know, Jesus being the God of the Christians, right? But he doesn't really himself say that Jesus is God, you know, and that's kind of what we would like to have someone saying in regards, if I want to put them up, you know, again, this is the thing that, you know, just to, you know, have a little of everything on the website, pretty much to, and I think it would be nice to actually have some of these testimonies in regards of who Jesus Christ is from Jews, you know, in my section in regards of who is Jesus Christ. So anyway, so let's put an X on that as well.
My name is Shmuel Eliezer ben Moshe Nadler. I grew up in New York City, so you'll pardon me, I'm still learning English. But growing up there, I had a lot of questions. How could we believe in a good God who allowed such a horror of the Holocaust to happen to our people? The rabbi, very dear...
Now I have the Holocaust again.
Gentle man. He said, Shmuel, the only thing I can tell you is what I tell myself. He who believes cannot question, and he who questions really cannot believe. Well, that didn't help me at all. And so I went from appearing very religious growing up to then becoming quite rebellious in a sense. I was a map maker for the U.S. Army in Vietnam. During the Battle of Tet, we were under such attack. Horrors were going on. Either you were on drugs or you were drunk. My commander of my unit, he thought he was like John Wayne, and he had scotch in his canteen, and he was drinking scotch. He passed out just before the battle began. Some of the sergeants got so overwrought they were breaking down crying in the bunkers. You know, they say there's no atheists in the foxholes. And so even though I was pretty sure there was no God whatsoever, the whole thing was like idiocy, you know, the opiate of the people. But because of the kind of horrors that go on in warfare all the time, I might have been interested to hear some good news, even in Vietnam there. And the chaplain comes by, and all he said was, I'm getting out of here, but good luck to you. Some of you won't be here in the morning. I thought, this is a religious person. You know, they were bringing troops through and going on to other areas of deployment. And so they were sleeping out in the open, and we were under attack. all the time, incoming missiles. And I remember saying, to the officer in charge, I said, listen, let them sleep in the barn, because at least they'll have some protection. And the officer said, no, they don't have the clearance to sleep in the barn with the maps. The next morning, all there was puddles of blood from these fellas. And all I could think of was the heartache. War is a horrific thing. Horrific thing. I was what might be considered politely in English an unregistered pharmacist, a drug dealer, not particularly kosher. I would run into people who had the nerve to be on the streets of San Francisco.
That's interesting.
Proclaiming
A drug dealer.
this Messiah, Jesus. This must be on the streets of a drug dealer, not puddles of blood from these fellas, and all I can think of is the heartache. War is a horrific thing. Horrific thing. I was what might be considered politely in English an unregistered pharmacist, a drug dealer, not particularly kosher. I would run into people who had the nerve to be on the streets of San Francisco proclaiming this Messiah, Jesus. I was a little bit off-put by it because they smiled too much. I didn't think that people should smile that much. Who could be that happy? But one of them, one night, had the nerve to try to tell me that I needed to believe in Jesus. I felt so offended. Let me tell you why. I thought, oh my goodness, they want me to go to the side of our enemy. It turns out that he said he was Jewish. My heart broke for him. I thought, a Jew who believes this? This has to be the dumbest Jew who ever lived. What kind of Jew believes in such narishkeit, such foolishness? He invited me to go to what he called a Bible study. I thought maybe it was like an archaeological find of a Bible. They'll look at it from different sides. I couldn't figure out what that might be. I would go there to laugh at them. I thought it would be my evening entertainment. Now, I got there, and there was a pretty ordinary-looking group of people. Each one had a Bible. I thought that was pretty interesting. They each had their own Bible. But they were taking everything so seriously. What do they think? These are God's love letters to them? And the portion that they were looking at was in the prophets, in Isaiah chapter 53. In traditional Judaism, we don't study Isaiah 53. That portion is skipped over by our rabbis. They wanted me to give my opinion of who I thought the prophet was talking about. Give me a minute. Let me take a look at this thing. As I was reading through it, it would talk about one. It said, all we, like sheep, have all gone astray. Each one has turned to his own way. But Hashem has laid on him the iniquity of us all. It said there that he would be killed, cut off from the land of the living for the transgression of my people. What a strange thing for our scriptures to say. I got to the last verse in that section, and even though he'd been cut off, it said there that he would give the gifts, the spoils, to the stronger faith, because he had been cut off for my people, for my sin. How could he? I thought he had died, and I was giving. It came to me that he hadn't. Maybe he came back to life. At that point, it came very clear what this section of scripture was speaking about. It seemed to be talking about you know who, that Jesus. Nothing is supposed to be this clear. These are really tricky, sneaky people. They put part of their Bible in what's supposed to be my Bible. What a bunch of idiots, thinking they're going to be able to trick real Jews, you know? And so when they said, so who do you think it's speaking about? I looked at them and I said, I don't know, I don't think anyone can tell. The Bible is such a mystery, no one can ever figure this out. They looked so disappointed. And they said to me, well, we'll be praying for you. I said, fat chance. What kind of God is there that'll want to answer prayers for someone like me? Where was this God in the Holocaust? I said to them. over that period of time, I found myself thinking more and more about it. My goodness, this might be our Messiah. I didn't like that, I remember. Okay, God, if you have a Messiah for us, that's fine, but please, someone besides this Jesus. I was living in a very bad place, where people were doing drugs. But some thoughts entered my mind. It seemed somehow clear to my thinking that drugs were opening me up to the Spirit, but it was the wrong Spirit. That there was a spiritual battle for my soul. But I was on the losing side. I wasn't sure. I got on my knees there and I cried out for Jesus to save me. I woke up that next morning. Somehow, I knew my life was different. I wasn't sure about all the details, but something's, and in my heart I actually believed that Jesus is Lord, is our Messiah. I wasn't sure what to do. I wasn't sure where to go. Who do you talk to about these things? Not in that world. Well, there was a restaurant. There were pictures of Jesus on the wall. I really didn't know what would make someone a believer or something, so I thought that was a pretty good shot. So I went in there. It was really early in the morning. I didn't know what to do. They're just opening up the place, the manager opening up. And I said to him, hey, listen, Jesus saved me last night. What do I do now? The guy looked at me and said, I don't know. You want breakfast? Then I remembered that a long time before, I had gone to this, couldn't remember what they called it, a Bible thing, but maybe they would know what to do. I couldn't believe that they would remember me. But nonetheless, I called them up and I said, listen, my name is Sam Nadler. I came to your Bible thing a long time ago. And, well, listen, Jesus saved me last night. What do I do now? They were so happy. They had been praying for me every day. Today, when people ask me, how can you believe in God in light of the Holocaust? In all of our afflictions, he was afflicted. And so to be his people means to be kind of his raw nerve endings. In all of these matters, he is to be kind affliction. They had been praying for me every day. Today, when people ask me, how can you believe in God in light of the Holocaust? In all of our afflictions, he was afflicted.
No, nothing.
And so to be his people means to be kind. What do I do now? They were so happy. They had been praying for me every day. Today, when people ask me, how can you believe in God in light of the Holocaust? In all of our afflictions, he was afflicted. And so to be his people means to be kind of our affliction.
It does, there's that like indirect again, right? It's not directly,
Ask me, how can you believe in God in light of the Holocaust? In all of our afflictions, he was afflicted. And so to be his people means to be kind of his raw nerve endings. In all of these matters, he is afflicted. He mourns and he cries over all of our pains and issues, let alone something like the Holocaust. But he, may his name be blessed forever. Our Messiah, he loved the unlovable. He forgave the unforgivable. But yet he died a horrible, evil, torturous death by crucifixion. He understands the pain of the Holocaust. He knows what it's like to go through your personal Holocaust. This is what he brings to our hearts as well.
Yeah. He says more like that indirectly.
Called in the Bible thing, but maybe they would know what to do. I couldn't believe that they would remember me. But nonetheless, I called them up and I said, listen, my name is Sam Nadler. I came to your Bible thing a long time ago. And, well, listen, Jesus saved me last night. What do I do now? They were so happy. They had been praying for me every day. Today, when people ask me, How can you believe in God in light of the Holocaust? In all of our afflictions, he was afflicted. And so to be his people mean...
No, he does, you know, it's just, you know, he does say it, but he just doesn't directly, you know, he's, you know, because he's referring to Jesus. How can you believe in God, right? And then he goes on, yeah, well, he was afflicted, you know. So that would infer that he believes that Yeshua is God, right? But he doesn't totally directly say it like...
means to be kind of...
So people could miss it, you know. And that's
his raw nerve endings. In all of these matters, he is afflicted. He mourns and he cries over all of our pains and issues, let alone something like the Holocaust. But he, may his name be blessed forever. Our Messiah, he loved the unlovable. He forgave the unforgivable. But yet he died a horrible, evil, torturous death by crucifixion. He understands the pain of the Holocaust. He knows what it's like to go through your personal Holocaust. This is what he brings to our hearts as well.
Yeah, it's just not like...
My name ain't...
Yeah, it's not directly saying that Jesus is God. I know there's some of those, you know, that's the one I want.
הברית החדשה בעברית?
Oh, that's
הברית
Hebrew.
החדשה זה התנ"ך.
Okay, what is this? Is that's also Hebrew. Okay. So, but anyway, let's put an X on this at least. So we have gone through those. Also, we know, you know, a Jewish lawyer, a Jewish man, a Jewish professor. Let's take those three.
I'm feeling goosebumps. I actually touched her. I said, Wendy, do you feel this? It felt like electricity in my hands. I said,
Yeah,
do you feel
that's
this?
actually... Nah, I don't think that's a good thing. But anyway...
I don't feel anything. I don't know what's going on. Horrible music, and I'm having this visceral feeling.
Yeah, let's see.
Here's what you need to do. You've got to first shave your head. You dress
Let's try
all
that
black.
one. I've
You've got to
listened
wear
to
a
that
white
before.
robe, eat only kosher foods. You've got to become a vegetarian.
No.
You face Jerusalem. You've got to face India when you pray. You pray only in Hebrew, and you grow a nice big beard. And if you do all of those outward cultural things, you'll discover the God of the universe. I'm thinking this is crazy that someone thinks that they can force their culture on God.
To find God of, you know, of the universe. Well, because he finds Jesus, right? So again, but it's again not directly saying who he is, but maybe later on he will.
And that God's going to be impressed
I
by
want
what you
you.
wear, what direction you face when you pray, what you eat, and all these sorts of things. It seemed to me that if there was a God out there who could be known, he should be able to be recognized no matter where I face, no matter how I'm dressed, because he's God. Growing up, we always understood that we had our Bible and the Gentiles had their Bible, the New Testament, and that they were two completely separate books. Because the only people I knew who were believers in Jesus were all people in our public school who were Italian Catholic, I imagined that Jesus was Italian. And so the understanding that he's actually Jewish was a shock. And then to hear that the New Testament was written by Jews, I couldn't believe it. My expectation was that the New Testament was like my grandparents had told me. It was a book on how to persecute the Jews and something you should stay away from. Of course, when you're told you should stay away from something, curiosity gets the best of you, and you've got to see it. When I opened the New Testament, I was expecting to find a handbook on how to persecute the Jews. My grandparents had warned me that it was written by people who killed the Jews. That's what I was expecting to see, and yet when I'm opening it, I'm reading a story written by Jews about Jewish people. The New Testament was a fascinating book. And so as I opened this book in the library, I kind of looked around, made sure that none of my friends had seen me taking a Christian Bible off the shelf. And I opened it, here's the first sentence. It says, "This is the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah, the son of David, the son of Abraham." So 3 people are mentioned, and they're all Jewish. I was very shocked. And as I continued to read, I'm reading the story of a Jewish man who was born in a Jewish village, in a Jewish country, and one day walks into a synagogue and announces that he is the Messiah. The more I read the words of Jesus, the more I became attracted to him. It was as beautiful as anything I had ever read in any other part of the Bible. As I came to faith that Yeshua, that Jesus was the Messiah, it was clear that that was the most Jewish thing I could do. This is not a person who's a renegade to our people. This is the one who was promised in our Bible, the 53rd chapter of Isaiah. It is astonishing. If you would just read that chapter, just without the Bible being around it, you would say, oh, this is some Christian Bible, this is Jesus. When you realize, though, that it's in the middle of our Bible, our Jewish Bible. When I first came to faith, I dared not tell my father, because this is a time period in the 1970s when there were lots of gurus and cults, and he was very concerned about me getting involved in some crazy sect and going off someplace. So I waited for months, and when I finally told him, he was very skeptical. On his own then, he started to read about Jesus as well. About a year and a half later, I told him that the fellow who wrote one of the books that he had read, that this fellow was giving a lecture in the city of New York. And he agreed to come out to hear that person. And one of the most amazing moments of my life was the speaker said, would everyone here who is a Jewish believer in Jesus, would you raise your hand? And I raised my hand. My father also raised his hand. And I looked over and I said, Pop, he didn't say would all the Jews raise their hand. He said, would all the Jewish believers in Jesus raise their hand? And my father looked over and he said, yes, I heard what he said. The decision to come to faith in Jesus as the Messiah was not something that was a momentary lark. It wasn't something that was a passing fad. And I could see changes in myself that I knew were not from within myself. I had kind of tapped in to a truth for our Jewish people that was very powerful.
Well, still kind of, yeah.
I remember having a conversation
Kind
with my
of
mother,
not seeing,
and she was encouraging me to go to bed early.
kind of not seeing that he was, yeah, you know, great test, you know, there's a lot of good testimonies, right, but it's just, oh, we didn't put a big one there. Looking for those that says directly that Jesus is God, and I didn't hear that from him. I might have missed it, you know, there's always a possibility of missing it, but you know, just the Messiah, you know, just talking about the Messiah. Well, of course, it's not bad, you know, to talk about the, you know, but also the world. Let's see, this one. Let's try this.
Here's what you need to do. My father looked over and said, Jesus, would you raise your hand? And he agreed to come out to hear that person. And one of the most amazing moments of my life was the speaker said, would everyone here who is a Jewish believer in Jesus, would you raise your hand?
Believer in
I
Jesus.
raised my hand. My father also raised his hand. And I looked over and I said, Pop, he didn't say would all the Jews raise their hand. He said, would all the Jewish believers in Jesus raise their hand? And my father looked over and he said, yes, I heard what he said. The decision to come to faith in Jesus as the Messiah
again, not
was
as
not
God, but as the Messiah.
that
But of course, that of course can infer that Jesus is God, right? But
was a momentary lark. It wasn't something that was a
so anyway, let's
I
try
remember
this.
having a conversation with my mother, and she was encouraging me to go to bed early so I could get a good night's sleep. And so I said, Ma, why? Why should I go to bed and get a good night's sleep? She said, so you can get up and be refreshed in the morning and do well in school. I said, why do I need to do well in school? She said, so you can go to a good college. I said, why do I need to go to a good college? She said, so you can get a good job. Why do I need to get a good job? So you can have a family and have a house and have the nice things of life. And I said, well, okay, if I have all those things, then what? She goes, then nothing, that's it. I said, is that all there is? Being the only son of a Jewish mother, I was made to feel like I was the center of the universe. It was all about me. And then in the world, when it wasn't about me, it was shocking to me. And I wanted it to be about me. I sought the approval and the affirmation and the confirmation of these things from other people, that in fact it was about me and that I was the center of the universe. I went to a private school and I had to study the life of Jesus at that private school. And I didn't like Jesus, but I wanted to hear from my own rabbi why we don't believe in Jesus. And he explained to me that he couldn't be the Messiah because when Messiah comes, he'll bring peace. And since Jesus has already come and there is no peace, he could not be the Messiah. And that satisfied me for about 7 years. And I was totally satisfied with that answer. It made sense to me. In college, I became a theoretical Marxist. I believed that what the world needed was radical social change. That instead of people competing against each other in the marketplace, that government would come and would create an equal playing field, even more than that, create equal outcomes for everyone in the culture. If we could get rid of the competitiveness and the adversarial relationship that I saw in the culture, and we could work towards cooperation, we could create a better world together. And I really wanted to make a better world. That was I saw this as a source of significance and purpose in my life, that I could help bring about a better world for mankind. The only problem with my convictions about social change and making a better world was the problem of the brokenness in people. My own personal brokenness, I saw that, my own selfishness, my own pride, my own lust, my own greed, all of those things in my life. And I saw that in other people. I saw it in the world around me. And if there was something wrong with us, if there was something wrong with people, then changing social systems wouldn't make any difference. It would just be the same thing over and over again. So in my freshman year of college, I hear a knock on my door. I open the door, and there's a young man there. He looks at me and goes, "Hi, my name's Paul, and I'd like to talk to you about establishing a personal relationship with Jesus Christ." I thought, well, it took me by surprise, and I said, "I'm sorry, I'm Jewish." He goes, "That's okay, so is he." I said, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I said, "Come on in." So I invited him in the room. I invited some of my Jewish friends from down the hall to come join us. And then he began to explain to us why Jesus was the Jewish Messiah. So the questions that I came to college with stayed with me, and I realized if there was no God, there was no hope. That led me on a quest, on a search. In the process of that search, I came across the prophecy in the 53rd chapter of Isaiah. And I remember reading it and thinking to myself, what's Jesus doing in my Bible? I was surprised as I read it that this was from the prophet Isaiah, the Jewish prophet. And I said, what's Jesus doing in my Bible? And I began to think, why didn't the rabbi tell me about this? Why didn't he tell me that there was a picture of Messiah other than Messiah bringing peace, but a Messiah that was going to suffer and die for us? After college, in order to make extra money, I worked nights and weekends for a kosher caterer in Boston. One night, April 30th, 1980, I was at Temple Sinai in Marblehead, Massachusetts. I was there for a donor dinner, serving a donor dinner. I was asked if I would pack up the truck so everybody else could go home, and just I would be left. And I said, fine. So everybody else left. The ladies had their fundraiser inside the shul, and I was outside with a cup of coffee and a cigarette and just thinking about life. All of a sudden, inside the synagogue, the women started praying. Their prayers began to remind me of my own searching, my own struggle, my own journey that I was on. And I started thinking about Jewish history, and I started thinking about David, and I started thinking about Jesus. Is Jesus the Messiah? Is it really important who the Messiah is? Is Jesus the Son of God? Is he God? Did he ever say he was God? Couldn't he have just meant that he was close to God and intimate with God? And I said, what difference does that make with the name of God? It's as long as we live a good life. And as I'm thinking these things, I'm walking around the temple parking lot, and I get to the end of the
Yeah, at
parking
least it
lot,
sounds
and I look
more
up,
in regard to God, but
and
you know, see.
all of a sudden, inside the synagogue, the women started praying. Their prayers began to remind me of my own searching, my own struggle, my own journey that I was on. And I started thinking about Jewish history, and I started thinking about David, and I started thinking about Jesus. Is Jesus the Messiah? Is it really important who the Messiah is? Is Jesus the Son of God? Is he God? Did he ever say he was God? Couldn't he have just meant that he was close to God and intimate with God? And I said, what difference does that make with the name of God? It's as long as we live a good life. Is my coffee and a cigarette and just thinking about life. All of a sudden, inside the synagogue, the women started praying. Their prayers began to remind me of my own searching, my own struggle, my own journey that I was on. And I started thinking about Jewish history, and I started thinking about David, and I started thinking about Jesus. Is Jesus the Messiah? Is it really important who the Messiah is? Is Jesus the Son of God? Is he God? Did he ever say he was God? Couldn't he have just meant that he was close to God and intimate with God? And important who the Messiah is. Is Jesus the Son of God? Is he God? Did he ever say he was God? Couldn't he have just meant that he was close to God and intimate with God? And I said, what difference does that make with the name of God? It's as long as we live a good life. And as I'm thinking these things, I'm walking around the temple parking lot, close to God and intimate with God. And I said, what difference does that make with the name of God? It's as long as we live the Son of God. Is he God? Did he ever say he was God? Couldn't he have just meant that he was close to God and intimate with God? And I said, what difference does that make with the name of God? It's as long as we live a good life. And as I'm thinking these things, I'm walking on. Couldn't he have just meant that he was close to God and intimate with God?
Does this really make what the name of
And
God
I said, what
is?
difference does that make with the name of God? It's as long as we live a good life. And as I'm thinking these things, I'm walking around the temple parking lot, and I get to the end of the parking lot, and I look up, and before me is a gathering of light, and the light forms a figure of a man, and the man is all in light, and he was in front of a cross, not on the cross, but in front of the cross, and it's all brightly illuminated in front of me, about 20 yards away from me, as big as life. And I looked up and I saw the figure, and I said, oh my God, it's Jesus Christ. And my hands are shaking, and I'm shaking my head on the way home. Did I really see this? Did I really see this? And it scared me so much, I decided to try to put it out of my mind. So I spent the next couple of weeks just partying and going out to bars and just trying to forget about what had happened. And I did this for a couple of weeks of getting drunk and trying to forget. I woke up one morning, I was living at home at the time, and I woke up in the morning and I was getting my orange juice in the kitchen, and my mother looks at me and says, Rich, what are you running from? So I came to realize that I wasn't the center of the universe, that God was, that it wasn't about me, it was about Him. And it was about me investing my life in His purposes that He had for me. And that gave me such a feeling of meaning and purpose in my life that it was beyond anything that I could have dreamt for. I never thought I'd get the answers. I never thought that those were the kinds of things that there were answers to. But now I realize that there's a God, and that He loves me, and that love sets me free to love and serve others, and love and serve Him. Today I'm married to my beautiful wife Michelle, who happens to be Italian. I thought it was more important to marry a girl that shared my faith in Jesus than it was to marry a Jewish girl. We have three wonderful boys, Joshua 27, Micah 26, and Zach 23. They all have come in their place in their life where they have asked Jesus to be their Messiah and Lord, and they are walking with Him, and so we're very proud of them. Presently I'm teaching as a professor in a graduate school in New York City, and really delight in being able to share my experience and my journey in my life with these young people in the context of a learning environment.
Well, again, there was, you know,
At
getting
2 or 3 a.m.
absolutely close to it, right? But not directly saying that Jesus is God. So, you know, problem is that people could easily miss it. Anyway.
I could see lights coming on all around the townhouse development, screaming at the top of my lungs with every curse word I could think of. You're being crazy, stop! The cops come, public disturbance. Born into a pretty interesting family. I always knew that the identity of my parents was a little bit different. My father, Jewish, my mom, not Jewish. You know, Hanukkah was a Jewish holiday, like Passover was a Jewish holiday. But Christmas and Easter, they were Christian holidays. So I sort of knew that we were celebrating both of my parents' holidays.
No, they're actually not Christian holidays. But anyway, they're Roman Catholic holidays.
The spiritual side of things, it just wasn't there. One time I was sent to this camp during the summer. I was probably 6 or 7 years old, but my mom sent me during the day. So I came home from this camp. I was walking around the house singing the song that they had taught me. Jesus loves me this.
Yeah. Det er meget almindeligt. Anyway.
I know.
One of those weird. Maybe it's the grapefruit extract that I've been taking. Maybe that was a little too much, a little too heavy for the body. I don't know. At least I've taken way more than the dose that is. But hey, you know, it's a long time since I got anything of that. Oh.
My dad was enraged. No way is my little Jewish son coming home from camp singing about Jesus. I was definitely trying to find myself in my teen years, singing the song that they had taught me. Jesus
That's loves me this song. That's a great children's song, you know. Jesus loves me. This I think I actually have it for flute actually, by the
Dad
way.
was enraged. No way is my little Jewish son coming home from camp singing about Jesus. I was definitely trying to find myself in my teen years. I believed in God, I prayed occasionally, but I was very uncomfortable in my own skin, incredibly aware of myself. I guess you could say by the time I had hit my freshman year of college, I would look at myself in the mirror and I'd think, none of your friends really like you. They tolerate you. I tried to prove myself by acting cooler, by making more money, and it never worked. No matter how much reassurance I got from other people, or approval I got from other people, it was never enough. And it all came to a head, I think.
It could
I
also be.
was at a friend's house. There was a lot of people there. I think we were all just spending the night, and I was about 18.
Could be the mobile that was affecting me in regards. Hey, that could be many things. Oh, the radiation everywhere these days. And I guess I'm sitting in not far from downloading mobile, so.
And I was exhausted for some reason. So I fell asleep on the couch downstairs. And I woke up, it was probably about 2 in the morning, and they hadn't fallen asleep. In fact, they weren't even in the house anymore. Because of my own anxiety and because of the issues that I was experiencing, I was so worried that I was missing out on something. And so I went outside and looked for them. I just thought, of course, this is another example of how they think that I'm nothing. They don't care about me. And so I find myself in the middle of a townhouse development in Montgomery County, Maryland, screaming at the top of my lungs for them. Every curse word I could think of was coming out of my mouth. I could see lights coming on all around. Finally, one of them heard me, came and said, "What are you doing? You're being crazy, stop!" The cops come. Public disturbance. And I was incredibly embarrassed because I had gotten my friends into this. So I was incredibly embarrassed because I had gotten my friends into this. So I finally broke down. And I went to my mom and I said, I don't know what to do because I can't keep getting bad grades. I can't keep destroying my relationships. So she said, well, maybe you should see a counselor. I didn't want to see a counselor because that meant I had an issue. When inside I really knew I had an issue. And so she sent me to a Christian counseling center. And I was able to talk about all my issues, and for the first time somebody understood them. As we talked, I started to realize that I was really putting all of my self-worth on these other people. I realized how shaky of a ground that is. Because people aren't perfect, I'm not perfect. And to put your self-worth onto other people who are uneven as it is, that's no way to live. But what he really did was he introduced me to this guy Jesus, who I called Yeshua, who I was told and I was shown in the Bible, what he did for me was give me victory. What he did for me was make me an okay person without me having to do anything except acknowledge him. He gave me a sense of self-worth. He gave me the stability that I was looking for. And all of a sudden I was introduced to this guy who was as stable as it gets. And I realized that I didn't have to struggle anymore to prove myself. I didn't have to try to be okay. I was looking at the world as a glass half empty. And with Yeshua, I look at the world as a glass completely full.
Yeah, but he didn't really say that Jesus was God, did he? Now, again, not a bad, all these testimonies are wonderful. You learn from, you get the Jewish side, I think, and that's wonderful. But, but to the things that I
2 or 3 a.m.,
wanna use them for, it's not really in the sense, I want somewhere they say directly, Jesus is God, that's what we want.
I'm feeling goosebumps. I actually touched her.
As far as I know, that's not good either, but let's just listen to it. And again, every kind of, testimony is of course worth something, but anyway. The cooks,
When did you feel this? It felt like electricity in my hands.
the electricity thing, it's kind of, Satan has his ways, and of course, if Satanism, you also have representing by lightning and all that, and you could electricity seems to be more like from the devil's side as far as I know. But of course, the devil also hides in in sheep clothing. But anyway, so. You always, when you see people become Christians and are claiming Christ, they either take one way or the other way. That's, two main groups, and they will go either one way or the other way. You can see like Keith Green and one of his, I think he was one of his friends, or at least one that he knew and talked to. Keith Green took the radical, Protestant way when he found, he was totally radical, which is wonderful. I love him. It's just like wonderful, radical way of just go ahead, finding it and just go. Really wonderful. And when you found out about the Roman Catholic Maniac Institution, it'll be very interesting to actually read his book, because personally I can myself relate to a lot of the things that he says, because he was looking and then he finds out. It's just wonderful. But then, of course, the other friend took, or the other guy he knew, took the totally opposite direction of going into Roman Catholicism. So you have one guy going into Roman Catholicism, and then you have Keith on the other side, and Keith trying to tell him, you should get out of Roman Catholicism, and the Roman Catholics, saying that the other way around in some sense. It just will be very interesting to read the book, as if at some point reading the book would be interesting. It would be interesting actually to read the book. It would be very, yeah, anyway.
I said, did you feel this? And she said, no, I don't feel anything. I don't know what's going on. Horrible music, and I'm having this visceral feeling.
Visual, okay.
I was born in Columbus, Ohio, and I'm Jewish. My parents are Jewish. Everyone I know in the family, ancestors are Jewish. And
it's also interesting that you can actually, when feel on the outside as well, when you get all this spiritual thing and all, whatever. Anyway, there's a lot of spiritual things, but it doesn't mean that it's from God, Of course, it doesn't mean that it's not from God, but anyway, that's just.
We were four.
But we have God, and then we have Satan, and we have a battle amongst these two, and you're either on one team or the other team. There's pretty much there's no neutral, because you're either going to take one side or the other side, If you're believing atheist, you're already taking the side of the devil, That's just.
Little kids, and my mother used to say, you can't even get a word in edgewise around here. And what was funny is that we all grew up to be lawyers. And when that happened, at one point I remember she said, well, at least I'm vindicated that I couldn't get a word in edgewise with you guys. So, but I remember with my grandmother in particular, she grew up in the old country, and anti-Semitism was just such a visceral part of the upbringing that she said, now you're going to school, and it's Christmas time of year, and they're going to do those Christmas songs. Now don't make a big deal about it, but you can't say his name. So I went in this bookstore. I was visiting my brother at the time.
Can't say his name. That's like, I guess it's the same with Jehovah, Anyway, Christ Mass, is a Roman Catholicism. It's just Christians shouldn't even, Christians shouldn't be keeping Christ Mass. Mass, Christ Mass. It's just in the word. In Denmark we call it Jule because it's related to pagan, pagan Yule. Anyway, in regards to Odin, probably, other things of. Yeah, it's just. Anyway, that's probably okay. So.
I'm in.
Move on.
Checking out the New York Times bestsellers, and there's this book, Rabbi Jesus, by Bruce Chilton, and I was attracted.
That's great because, he is the rabbi. Oh. Det finder vi. Nu må vi jo se. Ja.
To the title, because Rabbi Jesus would not be a very common title for a book, at least in my world. So I picked it up, and my brother came over. He says, "Would you read that book?" And I said, "Alan, come on. I'm an educated woman. I don't even know who this person is." And he changed history, if nothing else. So I'm just curious. I just want to read the book. I just want to understand a little bit more about who Jesus is. And so bought the book, got on the plane, and headed back to Columbus. I sat down on the plane, and I'm sitting in there reading my book, Rabbi Jesus, and this woman kind of peers over my shoulder and says, "Oh, what are you reading?" And I said, kind of defensively, I'm Jewish, but I'm just curious who Jesus is. And she said, "Well, what do you want to know? I've written books about him." And I was pretty shocked. And she started talking to me about some of the books and some of the information about him. And at the end of all this, I said, I'm not going to change my religion, but if I were to read the New Testament, do you have one that you'd recommend? And so she recommended one to me, and then she said, "And I'm going to send you my books. Give me your address. Let me send you my books." During this time, shockingly, my marriage of 28 years came to an end. And it had happened, it had been building over a long time. To me, raising my children is like the most important thing that you can do in life. I had this dream about, I think it was a Zephaniah passage. He will delight with you in song. Like it was, I just woke up one morning going, what is that? Where did that come from? I was by myself. This was in the spring of that year, and came up from work one day and took the mail in, and there was this yellow package. So I opened it up, and there was a book in it. And the book had a card, and I actually have the card that came with the book, and it said, "Dear Diane, I haven't forgotten my promise to send you this book. It just has been slow in getting to you. This book is part of my life story. In the midst of great pain, Jesus walked alongside me. I have been praying that whatever you go through in your life, that he will find you and comfort you as he blessed me. Blessings and shalom, Lori Hall." And she would, Zephaniah 3:17, he will delight in you with song. And I'm just like, I'm just in shock. I'm in shock at so many levels that this card and this book arrived at this time. So I called my sister, who was living out in Massachusetts at the time. I said, "Wendy, you are not going to believe this." And I told her how this person that I didn't know sat down next to me like 6 months ago on the plane. We were driving back and forth from Boston.
I guess it must be
And
the grape thing that I might have gotten a little too much of. I should have, there's a good amount of antifungal in those things. So maybe it's just killing off a lot of things. Right, that's always good. And of course, vitamin C, a little more vitamin C. Yeah.
And I never had spoken to her about my personal life. Never said a word. I had only asked her about.
I do feel a little odd, but so that might be the grapefruit extract that I, it's, taking it directly, and I need to taste it, right? To figure out the differences between the products. Or maybe it's just me, I got some brain thinking too much.
Jesus. And so I'm telling Wendy who this woman is, and this card in the book, and there's like dead silence on the phone, just nothing. And Wendy, and she goes, "Did you say Lori Hall?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "I'm holding a magazine in my hand, and it's a Christian-led woman, and they're doing a review of Lori Hall's book. And it's this very book that she sent to me. At this moment, to me, it was so profound that God was absolutely in my life. Late August of 2000, my sister and I were together, and she invited me to church because a friend of hers was going to become a pastor. So we were going to just support. I was supporting my sister was supporting her friend. So we go to a church service, and I was shockingly surprised at how beautiful and moving it was. And I have to say, at the moment, though, I felt that I love the music. You know, this is like amazing music, and so I really, I got goosebumps and was really into the service, which was surprising. You know, I was a Jewish woman. I've really not attended church before. This was good. At the end of the service, she said, "I want you to meet the pastors here," and they were both Jewish. And so I talked to these two guys. They grew up in New York, and I'm just like, how do you grow up Jewish and you're a pastor in a church? It just blew my mind. There I'm standing there, so this woman came over to me and she said, "May I pray for you?" She takes my hands like this, "May I pray for you?" And I said, "I just want to understand more about Jesus," which that's all I wanted. But God he just zapped me. I feel like if there's such a thing as good electricity, it was like my body was just filled with love and warmth and electricity. It was like an electrical love hug of proportions I can't even imagine. And I just felt this huge sense of truth of who Jesus is. I felt it. I could feel it. And the person that was praying for me said, "The Holy Spirit is on you." And as a Jewish woman, I have to admit, I had no idea what she meant by that. And she said, "Will you accept Jesus as your Messiah?" After this happened, I'm an upstanding member of the Jewish community on the board at my synagogue, and had a lot of interaction.
It still worries me in regards to the electricity thing, but in regards to the feeling of the spirit that kind of, that I relate to is soft. It's comforting. It's leading. In regards to when you read the Bible, it's it's like it's no electricity, but softness, gentleness. Yeah. That's. But electricity, no. And that seems, you have New Agers and such that also seem to be in regards to electricity, and I'm very of the things for sure. You have to be careful. So test the spirits, right? That's what's test the spirits. Not every spirit that comes in the name of Christ is So yeah.
With the rabbis and my community.
Like, for example, when people are talking about that it's the spirit, and the spirit makes them shake uncontrollable, and they can't control themselves. They can't, they have hard time speaking, and you just told that's the Holy Spirit, and I'm like, oh really? Is that so? Okay. Well, I don't think so. But anyway, or people, growling, or animal noises, and rolling around on four legs, and so forward. All this madness. It's just, when you say that's the Holy Spirit, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alrighty.
And the subject came up, I believe in Yeshua now. And the reaction was, "What happened to you? How could you do this?" I was like a traitor, like, what? How could you possibly, all these years, believe that, after being a Jewish woman and a leader in our community, how could you believe it? Jesus is the Messiah. And the beauty of how this happened to me is that I was so hit with the truth of it at such a deep level that all I could answer was with great conviction. I can't explain why.
I do wonder if they're putting all these, could they actually be transferred? Yeah, that's a good question. Just thinking about if this is really real in regards to the German saying there's actually razors in the vaccines, being shot into people. I do wonder if any of these razors can actually be released from their body and thereby entering others' other bodies, you know, is there, whatever. And of course they, you know, if, can you suck, you know, it's small particles, so, very small particles, you know, nanoparticles, you know, so, you know, can you actually, if you, yeah, could they enter the body if there were, you know, of course not in the, I just wonder if they can transfer from one to another. I don't know. Anyway.
But it is true. I know it is true. I know it is true in my heart. And I have the rest of my life to read scripture and understand the why, but I know it is. It is the truth. I have the, but it's such a deep level that all I could answer was with great conviction. I can't explain why, but it is true. I know it is true. I know it is true in my heart. And I have the rest of my life to read scripture and understand the why, but I know it is. It is the truth.
Well, she's correct in regards of Jesus being the only way, you know, in regards of Jesus being the truth. Because he is the truth. Okay, anyway, that didn't really tell us anything in regards of Jesus being God, you know. It still kind of worries me in regards to the electricity and all that. But anyway, let's see. Why did they persecute us? Because we're Jews and they're Christian. Again, when they're talking about Christians, you know, that was the, you know, Christians have helped Jews, you know, in regards of real Christians, you know. Catholics have, if you just go on Gad, for example, you have huge amount of hatred against Jews. But huge amount.
To me, Jesus was
and that's,
God of the Gentiles.
So when they talk about Christians, you know, it's, yeah.
To the Christians. And it's not something Jewish people would embrace. In fact, my grandmother told me, beware of Christians. They can't.
Maybe I'm just, my brain is maybe a little hard to, because I'm listening to these things and my brain is then being used, and yeah. I think maybe it actually would be like you know, if I was put in jail or something like that for a couple of days, who knows, it might actually do me good, you know, in regards to not being able to think. Well, I can still think, of course, right, but not getting more information. Well, I guess if you have access to the Bible, I guess you actually have access to the Bible in the jail, so that might be kind of not a break anyway. I don't know.
To me, Jesus was the God of the Gentiles to the Christians.
What? The God?
Gentiles to the Christians.
Let's try again. Jesus was the God of the Gentiles, right? Is that?
To me, Jesus was the God of the.
Yes. So he is also saying the God of the Gentiles. This is the second one we have, saying that he's the God of the Gentiles. The question is he himself going to say that Jesus is God?
Gentiles to the Christians, and it's not something Jewish people would embrace. In fact, my grandmother told me, beware of Christians, they kill their own. So if they'll kill their own, they'll certainly kill us.
Well, Roman Catholics have always killed, you know, Christians and people that came from inside their own system, finding out that this system was not Christian, and beginning to, you know, and then they find out, yeah, indeed, this system is deeply diabolical and is ready to respond to so-called heresy.
When I was growing up, my father was like a god to me. I wanted to be just like him. But we weren't getting along for a while, and on this day we got in a...
Oh yeah, that's true. What would we call it? Infiltrators, right? No. Oh, we didn't have another word. I don't know if I have another word. Oh yeah, that might be, well... and of course we are, what do you call it, when a nation is taken over? Nation taken over by an outside force. What is that called? I don't know. But, yeah, anyway.
And a bad argument. And I remember screaming at him and running out of the house. I was so angry. 30 seconds.
What do we have here? Yeah. I do wonder, I do wonder. I just am thinking of, yeah, okay, well, anyway.
Translated.
Okay, German in regards to how the, that's interesting. Interesting. That's interesting if this was what the Germans wrote about the Danish. They really. Ancestors hate the wall. Yeah, well. Can I? Oh, it'd be nice if I could just copy the thing. That's sadly not always. Mostly
My
not
brothers
easy.
called
Anyway.
me in to come back in, and he was laying on the floor, and I turned him over, and as I turned him over, he took his last breath, and I just remember just screaming out, "Forgive me, forgive me." I killed my father, and I was just devastated. It was a Saturday, so we had to wait until Shabbat broke to go talk to the rabbi, and he chastised us because we were secular and we never really did anything. And he said, now that he dies, you want to become Jews? He had no compassion on us, and I was still hurting and feeling the pain that I thought I killed my father. I just blurted out the words, I damned him and the God he served. And I went storming out, and I said, I want nothing more to do with this. My grandfather would have me sit on his lap, and he would tell me about life in the old country, which was Russia. And I asked him, why did you come to the United States? And he said, we came because of the pogroms. The Russian Christians used to come in and persecute us. So I asked him, why did these men do this to us? And he said, because we're Jews and they were Christians. I knew from that time on, it was them and us. My goal in life was to earn a lot of money. Because if I had money, I would have power. If I had power, I would have...
What, have we got more restrictions? That sounds like, sounds like we might have gotten some more restrictions. I guess it's probably something nonsense. Let's see.
der udsendelser, hvor Mette Frederiksen går frem med stor alvor. Håndspritten og...
Whatever. What? Alt. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, it's just, oh boy. Oh yeah, apparently Corona is very dangerous after 2000. I don't know if he talks about that everything is going to be closed 2000. I wonder. Oh well, anyway. No, sådär. Alltså. Wow. Mere bulldog. Okay. So we're getting more measures apparently. Interesting. Apparently everything closes after 2000, they say. But it's not a direct law. I'm not, all this is... I'm not entirely sure. I guess you could call the authorities and ask them more directly. Probably I should. Of course now I'm getting, I have my old phone again, so just need to have the so-called new phone, and pretty much just take all the data and fix it over to the old phone to get that fixed. And should pretty much be able to get much of the thing easily transfer. Well, easily that's at least I should be able, not easily, okay, but yeah, at least it will take me some hours, and then I can send that phone back. That's sad that it's not better. Oh, very sad. Yeah, and then I'm going back to the 5-year-old phone, Anyway, let's continue. Oh. So, yeah. That's it. Men anyway. Måske tage for ja. De kunne godt finde på.
Have influence.
Nah, well, let's try that
To me,
again.
Jesus was the God of the Gentiles to the Christians, and it's not something Jewish people would embrace.
Actually, it's not my name. Actually, on Gap, maybe it also would be. I kind of not totally understand the thing in regards of I have two different names. Just kind of not understanding how that works. But anyway. I don't know. Typ så. Oh yeah. Oh well.
To me, Jesus was the God of the Gentiles to the Christians.
God of the
and
Gentiles.
It's not something Jewish people would embrace. In fact, my grandmother told me, beware of Christians, they kill their own. So if they'll kill their own, there's...
Well, in some sense, it's true, but not true, right? Because they do kill the real Christians. The fake Christians kill the real Christians.
Certainly kill us.
So.
When I was growing up, my father was like a god to me. I wanted to be just like him. But we weren't getting along for a while, and on this day we got in a bad argument. And I remember screaming at him and running out of the house. I was so angry. 30 seconds later, my brothers called me in to come back in, and he was laying on the floor, and I turned him over, and as I turned him over, he took his last breath, and I just remember just screaming out, "Forgive me, forgive me." I killed my father, and I was just devastated. It was a Saturday, so we had to wait until Shabbat broke to go talk to the rabbi. And he chastised us because we were secular and we never really did anything. And he said, now that he dies, you want to become Jews? He had no compassion on us, and I was still hurting and feeling the pain that I thought I killed my father. I just blurted out the words. I damned him and the God he...
Oh man, this is disgusting. This is one of these Christmas gift shop, full of idols, Roman Catholic. It's it looks like some of the shops in Jerusalem. It's full of just full of idols, images, and just for the burning.
He served. I went storming out, and I said, I want nothing more to do with this. My grandfather would have me sit on his lap, and he would tell me about life in the old country, which was Russia. And I asked him, why did you come to the United States? And he said, we came because of the pogroms. The Russian Christians used to come in and persecute us. So I asked him, why did these men do this to us? And he said, because we're Jews and they were Christians.
Oh, that's a nice... well, again, the Christmas gift and all that, but besides that, it sounds like a good book, Exit Evolution. That's a very interesting. Anywhere else here? But yeah, book for. Yeah, it's incredible so much information there is to collect. Oh, I don't see the. Oh, so we absolutely have some Danish books and out there. Although I don't need any regards of Exit Evolution. Yeah, but anyway. At least there's someone out there actually. Exit Evolution. No, I can't even give them a thumbs up because... oh, can I? Nope. 20 days in jail.
From that time on, it was them and us. My goal in life was to earn a lot of money. Because if I had money, I would have power. If I had power, I would have influence. So I'm working for my goal of money, and I'm working hard every day. And I was talking with a respected businessman, and he was talking about meaning and purpose. And he said, you have to have meaning and purpose in your life, and it's got to be more than money. That was shocking to me. Then he went on and said that the billionaire J. Paul Getty said on his dying deathbed, he would trade all his billions for a happy home life. It's kind of like I'm told that in a dog race, they teach the dogs to chase the rabbit, but if they catch the rabbit, they'll realize that it's a fake and they won't chase it anymore. And that's what happened to me with my goal. I got punched in the stomach and I couldn't chase that anymore.
Ah, okay. A fake. Well, dogs usually do go after something that moves, right? Anyway, right? A ball or something like that, they will hunt after that, you know.
During this time, my college roommate and my best friend found a newfound faith in Jesus.
De lukker. What? Ah! Shit. Sus. Oh, my. So, okay, yeah. I have an idea. No.
I just wanted to choke him. I was so frustrated with him.
Incredible.
He was a successful businessman. In college, he was the first All-American hockey player we ever had at our college. He broke everything I thought about a Christian. He wasn't weak. He wasn't a loser. Then to complicate my life even more, my wife joins a Bible study. She's now going to become a Bible-thumping fanatic. I didn't want to raise our children in the Christian faith because it was the faith of the enemy. So I went out to a bookstore and I bought a Bible. I said, I got to look at this for myself. In the first sentence of Matthew, it says, this is a genealogy of Jesus the Messiah, the son of David and the son of Abraham. To me, that was shocking.
I don't know, man, you know, we're getting some vitamins and I guess maybe it's doing something to release toxins or something. I don't know. It's just, oh yeah, it's interesting. Well, you know, after beginning to vitamin C and all that, I do wonder if it does something. At least it seems to,
Was a Jewish,
you know, smell under my arms. But of course, you know, I'm not, you know, swimming in chlorine. So of course, chlorine would, you know, overpower a lot of the other smells, of course, so it's hard to.
Look, it was like the words came into my head and they just kind of resonated around my brain. So I started reading the Gospels. That's the first 4 books of the New Testament. I read them once, then I read them again, then I read them again. I ended up reading them over 50 times. I started falling in love with Jesus because he had everything that I wanted. I found out that he truly was Jewish, and he was speaking only to Jewish people. There weren't Gentiles around. He was serving them and loving them, even those who wanted to do him harm, even those who were trying to get rid of him, he loved. And he loved the Jews so much that he ended up giving his life up for them. One day I drifted into the book of Romans, and in Romans 5:8 it says, "But God demonstrates his love for you in this, while you were yet a sinner, Christ died for you." When I read those words, it really kind of transposed to my mind, and it says, "Tom, God demonstrated his love for you in this, while you were still not performing up to expectation. Messiah died for you." That hurt and that pain that I had over my life up for them.
Well, apparently there's talks about that huge amount of Denmark apparently will close down on Sunday.
One day I drifted into the book of Romans, and in Romans 5:8 it says, "But God demonstrates his love for you in this, while you were yet a sinner, Christ died for you." When I read those words, it really kind of transposed to my mind, and it says, "Tom, God demonstrated his love for you in this, while you were still not performing up to expectation. Messiah died for you." That hurt and that pain that I had over my father dying in my arms after the argument, I finally was able to put that to rest, and there was some real peace there. I guess for the first time, when you're forgiven, you're set free so that you can embrace the peace that God wants us all to have.
Yeah, peace. No. I didn't really hear him say anything, but I was kind of not paying so much attention, seemingly. That's not good. My brain is just, it's hard to do more things so I can't really, anyway, let's take another one, but let's not put a cross on that one. I'll have to re-listen to it at some point. Struggling with morality, he found if Susi, an Israeli Jewish girl, came to believe as the Messiah. Well, let's take that. That's Hebrew. Hebrew. Let's not take Hebrew now. The children would beat me and call me a dirty Jew. Probably Roman Catholics.
On my back, there was a Star of David pictured by somebody, and on my table, there was a piece of paper, and it was written, "Go away from us to your Israel." And listen, I didn't want to go to Israel at that time. I was like a patriot of the Soviet Union. The kids in my class, they tried to beat me. So I was seriously fighting with them. And they were telling me that you are a dirty Jew or something like that. They were making fun of me.
Oh, that doesn't sound... Russia wouldn't be Roman Catholic mostly, right? Would be Orthodox, right? Maybe, I don't know how much it is now, today, but...
My last name, because it didn't sound Russian or Ukrainian, and it was in many cases related to the fact that I'm Jewish. It was painful. There is no God, but there are Jewish people. As actually the third generation of Jewish atheists in the former Soviet Union. We kept our very strong Jewish identity. I don't remember anybody in my family who was not Jewish, and we didn't want to create any more troubles by believing in God. So, no God, but Jewish people. And as the former Soviet Union began to collapse, we experienced such a wonderful freedom suddenly to be proud of being Jewish. I learned about the Holocaust for the first time. Some of my relatives died in Babi Yar during the Holocaust in Kiev. I started learning Hebrew. I became very strong Zionist. I went to a synagogue, not to worship God though, but to have fellowship with other Jewish people. My Zionistic dream became true. I moved from Ukraine to Israel. As I arrived there, I was literally ready to kiss the land. But one day I came to the Wailing Wall in the old city, Jerusalem. And I was standing there and it was a feeling, oh, I reached the destination. That's the highest moment of my life. I came to the wall and I touched it. And I instantly believed in God. It was like electricity struck me. A couple months later, I had to make a decision.
There we go with the electricity. Yeah.
I decided to ask God, and the only way I knew was to write a note with my question to put in the Wailing Wall for God to read it. In my note, I asked Him about the direction and guidance for my life. I promised that I will never complain about it. The very next day, He sent me back to Ukraine, and I was complaining like crazy. It was a foolish promise. I'm on my way back to Ukraine, and somebody gives me the New Testament in Russian, and it was my main language at that time. It's not for me, I'm Jewish. It's not a Jewish book, not at all. But at the same time, it's the book, and I love the books. I cannot say no to a book, so I took it. I had a Jewish friend. He was one of the most Jewish person I have ever met at that time. I appreciated my friend very much, and I respected him a lot. He was a really good friend for me at that time. He told me, "You're a sinner. You go to hell. The only way to be saved is to believe in Jesus." It's crazy. I'm Jewish. I don't believe in Jesus, and I'm not going to believe in Jesus. I consider the New Testament an anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish book. I was surprised as I opened and started reading this. It was full of Jewish history, Jewish humor, Jewish worldview. It appeared to me even more Jewish than the Talmud. I didn't consider myself as a sinner before. Good education, good career, good decent life, Jewish angel. But on that very day, I knew that I'm a sinner. Something was wrong with me. I'm not as good as I thought I was. I never committed serious crime, not because I was so good, but because I was afraid of the consequences. I felt so dirty. The very next day, I told my parents that I believe in Jesus and I follow Jesus as the Messiah. They thought that it's just for a season, a new crazy idea that I have. With the time, they learned to live with this. I realized Jesus is Jewish. He's the King of the Jews. He's one of my own people. He's the ideal Jew. He's ideal Israel in a certain way. I became so proud and so a new time, not because I was so good, but on that very day, I knew that I'm a sinner. Something was wrong with me. It was full of Jewish history, Jewish humor.
And that's the thing, right? You have to understand that you're a sinner before you come to Christ. Because if you do not understand that you are a sinner and have sinned, you will not need Jesus Christ.
Going to believe in Jesus. I consider the New Testament an anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish book. I was surprised as I opened and started reading this. It was full of Jewish history, Jewish humor, Jewish worldview. It appeared to me even more Jewish than the Talmud. I didn't consider myself as a sinner before. Good education, good career, good decent life, Jewish angel. But on that very day, I knew that I'm a sinner. Something was wrong with me. I'm not as good as I thought I was. I never committed serious crime, not because I was so good, but because I was afraid of the consequences. I felt so dirty. The very next day, I told my parents that I believe in Jesus and I follow Jesus as the Messiah. They thought that it's just for a season, a new crazy idea that I have. With the time, they learned to live with this. I realized Jesus is Jewish. He's the king of the Jews. He's one of my own people. He's the ideal Jew. He is ideal Israel in certain way. I became so proud and so happy to be Jewish because we have such a Messiah, such a king, such an example to follow. Now I know that I have personal relationship with the God of Israel. I talk to him. I know that I'm in his presence. He speaks back to me. I see his hand and he's working in my life on a daily basis. And it's something like very deep peace inside of me. And in my soul, I can sense, I can feel this connection to him. The connection that I never used to experience before. It's the God of Israel. It's one of my own people. He's the ideal Jew. He is ideal Israel in certain way. I became so proud and so happy to be Jewish because we have such a Messiah, such a king, such an example to follow. Now I know that I have personal relationship with the God of Israel. I talk to him. I know that I'm in his presence. He speaks back to me. I see his hand and he's working in my life on a daily basis. And it's something like very deep peace inside of me. And in my soul, I can sense, I can feel this connection to him. The connection that I never used to experience before that night of prayer.
Yeah, well, I guess it's hard to do more things. Let's see here. I think this one I probably have heard that as well. Jewish boy challenged by
At one point I
Christian.
said, well, what do you think of Jesus? Do you think he was the Messiah? And that just really aggravated him. It made him angry.
How can you expect me to believe in a God whose name my people have been killed? I don't care if it's true. I will never believe in Jesus.
And that conversation ended with me walking home down the mountain in the dark. It was not a pleasant encounter.
Grew up in a loving Jewish family. My mom and dad were very actively involved in the local synagogue, and we were there pretty much every Friday or Saturday. We celebrated the holidays at shul, we celebrated Passover at home, and my Jewish identity meant a lot to me growing up. I decided to go to college where I majored in fashion photography. And then after I worked in the photo industry for a couple of years, I decided to fulfill my lifelong passion of learning how to ski. I drove myself to Aspen, Colorado, where I knew no one, got a season pass, and started skiing. Aspen was heaven on earth, and that's where I wanted to live the rest of my life. And so it was there during my second ski season that I met a young woman from Kansas City, Missouri, perhaps the most curious person I've ever met in my life. In fact, she has a journalism degree from the University of Missouri. She began talking to me about her faith in God. And she told me that she was a Christian. And I said, oh, that's nice, I'm Jewish. She kept asking me questions.
Do you believe in God? Well, what's he like? Is he personal? Does he want to have a relationship with you?
What? What do you mean, what's he like? And I said, you know, he's other, you know, and we're here, we're down here. He's infinite, we're finite. She kept asking me questions and about God and about what I believed about God and why I believed it. And the more questions that she asked me, the more upset I would become with her. I would get angry with her. I'd get angry with her. How can you expect me to believe in a God whose name my people have been killed for 2,000 years? She appeared to me as being narrow-mindedly dogmatic. But it was over time, as she asked me questions about what I believed and why I believed it, it began to occur to me that maybe I was the one who was narrow-minded and dogmatic. I knew Jews don't believe in Jesus. I knew you can't be Jewish and believe in Jesus. But the more she pressed me to explain why those things were true, the more I realized I didn't know other than because. After she left, I decided, well, I'm going to start reading the Bible for myself to see what it says. And so, of course, I wouldn't go anywhere near the New Testament because I knew for a fact that the New Testament was Goyish Abubamaisis. It was Gentile grandmother stories. And everybody knew it was anti-Semitic, and so I would have nothing to do with that. And so I decided, okay, I'll start reading in Genesis. What I discovered was that the God of this woman was my God. It was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay, now go with something, right?
So I would have nothing to do with that. And so I decided, okay, I'll start reading in Genesis. What I discovered was that the God of this woman was my God. It was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That really touched me. It really challenged me inside because it made me realize that I didn't know my own God, or at least I didn't know much about him. As I read more of the Bible, I began thinking more about my relationship with God. And I got to a point where I actually started to pray personally, you know, like talk to God. God, if Jesus is the Messiah and you want me to put my faith in him, then I'm willing to do that, but only if it's true, because if it's not true, the last thing I want to do now is to worship a man and be an idol worshiper.
Worship, yeah, okay.
To think about what it meant for me to become a believer in Jesus. You know, what would my parents think? And what would my brothers think? What would my aunts and my uncles and my cousins, what would 90% of my friends, at least my friends from New York, think? It was like I was thinking about this, and it was as if I heard a voice in my head say to me, Danny, that's right. The choice is between following me and everyone and everything else. If God is God, he's boss. You do what he says, and if there's a cost involved, it's worth it. This woman came back at the end of the summer, and she brought with her, when she came back, she brought with her a book that a friend of hers, her best friend, had given to her. And the title of the book, you ready for this? The title of the book was, What's a Nice Jewish Boy Like You Doing in the First Baptist Church? All of the questions I kind of had floating around in my head that I wasn't willing to ask directly were addressed in the book. Jesus was Jewish, and the apostles were Jewish, and all of the New Covenant, the New Testament books were written by Jews. To this point, I had never still opened the New Testament scriptures. But reading this book, I began to read them for myself for the first time. I grew up in a neighborhood that was mixed Jewish, mostly Jewish and a lot of Catholic. And so for me, Jesus and the New Testament was associated with those kids and the hatred that I got from them. And I was shocked to discover the exact opposite. I discovered a Jewish man addressing Jewish topics in a Jewish way, who taught love for your enemies, love for all people, not the kind of hatred that I saw. And this Jesus, who was the God of the Gentiles who hated the Jews, began to evaporate because he didn't exist. I finished the book and she says to me,
So, what did you think of the book?
I thought for a minute, I said, yeah, it was good, I liked it. I think it's going to help me explain some things to my parents. And she was completely taken off guard. She said, you mean you believe that Jesus is the promised Messiah of Israel? And I said, yeah. She says, now you believe that he died on a Roman cross as a payment for your sin? And I said, yeah. And she said, and you believe that by trusting in him and what he did for you on that cross, your sins are forgiven and you have new life with God? And I said, yeah. After I had come to faith in Jesus, it took me a few months to build the nerve to tell my parents about it, because I knew it would be hard for them.
His parents did not take it well.
My mother's response was just classic. Don't talk to me about Jesus. Don't tell me about him. I will never believe in Jesus. I was born a Jew. I will die a Jew. I don't care if it's true. I will never believe in Jesus. You gotta love God's tenacity with his people. Even as he sent someone into my life to tell me about Messiah, it was people who knew Messiah who helped my mother come to faith at the age of 86 years of age. And I had the most awesome privilege of leading my mom to faith in Messiah. You may be wondering about the identity of this very curious shiksa from Kansas City, this journalist who had such a profound impact on my life. And yes, what you are guessing is true.
No. I don't know. Well, it's not a bad. No, it's not a bad. It was actually, I guess, one of the Jewish bar. At least it went closer to. Oh, let's just fix it like that. Ah. Just try again.
To me, Jesus was...
Anyway, so lots of those to investigate. So we have testimonies, we have Martin Luther songs where they didn't really get much further with. It's always all these things, right? Lots of things. Anyway. Just Oh well. Oh, we have Dave Hahn still.
They worship the dragon, Satan, who
Oh.
gives power to the beast. They worship
Ooh.
the inhabitants of the world are drunk with the wine of her fornication. They in bed with the world has deceived the world. The inhabitants of the world are drunk with the wine of her fornication. They think this is a great unity. They think it's wonderful. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names and blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Now, if you just hold your finger there and go back to chapter 13, you see this beast. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy, and so forth. Well, you know who this beast is. Verse 3, one of his heads is wounded to death, and so forth. All the world wondered. They worship the dragon, Satan, who gives power to the beast. They worship the beast. And on through chapter 13, you know that this beast is Antichrist. This beast represents 2 things.
Well, yeah, it's Antichrist, but is he going to actually point out that it's actually active today?
Antichrist and the kingdom of Antichrist, the revived Roman Empire, that will be present on this earth in the last days. Make no mistake about it.
So at least he talks about the revived Roman Empire, but you know the Roman, Romanism has always been around, so it's just becomes more and more visible.
Well, how do I know that? Well, I can give you a lot of scriptures we don't have time for. Let's just take one verse. I give you one verse, which if John the Baptist had known it, if the rabbis had known it, if the disciples had known it, they wouldn't have been confused about when Christ came the first time. Remember what their confusion was? Same confusion you have today. They were confused about the kingdom, right? It's incredible. At the Last Supper, Jesus says, one of you will betray me. There's a momentary flurry of concern. Lord, is it I? Lord, is it I? And Jesus says to Judas, yeah, it's you. Thou hast said. That passes them over. But they don't seem to get it. And after a little momentary flurry of concern, they are back to arguing about what? Who will be the greatest in the kingdom? Don't tell me that people's problem is low self-esteem.
Is that really true that they began to discuss who is... I don't recall them in regards to the meal talking about... But anyway.
That is not the problem that mankind has.
I don't recall that they were discussing those things at the meal. But anyway.
You know, they just gave a test. While they were testing high school seniors in mathematics around the world. And they were also testing them in self-esteem, which people, even Christians, say is the big problem now. Poor self-image, low self-esteem. And the American students rated number 1 in self-esteem. They asked them, how do you think you rate compared with others around the world? And the American says, we are number 1. They were last, or close to last, in mathematics. Okay? See, we teach them self-esteem, but we don't teach them anything else. They don't know reading, writing, and arithmetic, anymore. But we teach them how to feel good about themselves. The Koreans were at the bottom on self-esteem. They said, well, we're probably not very good, They were number 1 in math. Okay? The problem is not bad self-esteem. That's not the problem in this world or in the church. This woman
She's sitting on the 7 heads, not on the beast itself. We get more details where she's sitting. She's sitting on the 7 heads. So
this beast, who is the Antichrist and who is this revived Roman Empire.
well, yeah, it is a Roman for sure.
She's sitting on it. Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment.
Well, sitting on the heads, on the authority of the beast. Anyway.
Disciples are arguing who is going to be the greatest in the kingdom. They thought this kingdom was going to be established right now. It's the eve of his crucifixion. He's about to be betrayed. Judas is slipping out into the night to betray him, and they're thinking the kingdom is going to be established, and they're going to rule on thrones with him in Jerusalem. They were messed up about the kingdom as to when it would come, what it involved, who would establish it, how it would be established, and so forth. And you got people today who are just as mixed up on the kingdom, and we don't have time to go into that. But if you don't get the kingdom straight, you are in real trouble.
Seems like it.
And I was telling you there was
Broke.
one verse.
Oh well.
If they had known that one verse, Daniel 2:44.
Probably good
won't
to
take
just
time
stop
to
it here. Anyway. Not much to do anyway. It's interesting that it just stops. Oh, we actually have. Anyway, take care. May Jehovah be with you, and Yeshua, a most precious pearl, and the Spirit of truth be in us all. Amen. Take care.